Hear the song that is sung by the four winds, for it is the voice of our awakening, which heralds the rebirth of Illinois.
As an independent content creator, my work on all channels and platforms is sustained through the generous donations of supporters and comrades, and allows me to focus as much time as possible on content creation. My PayPal is in the description of this video for anyone who is able and would like to contribute. Thank you. I'm Comrade Shane, and welcome to Juche Lessons. Economic self-sufficiency is the guiding principle to implement independence in the economic field. To implement independence in the economic field is an important issue to consolidate independence of a country and ensure Juche in ideology, independence in politics, self-reliance in defense, and provide the people with independent and creative lives materially. General Secretary Kim Jong-il said, quote, "In order to implement the principle of economic self-sufficiency, one must build an independent national economy." Building an independent national economy means building an economy which is free from dependence on others and which stands on its own 2 feet. An economy which serves one's own people and develops on the strength of the resources of one's own country and by the efforts of one's own people. Unquote. The building of an independent national economy has 2 contents. One is to build the economy that serves the people, and the other is to build the economy that depends on one's own resources of the country and the strength of the people. To build an economy that serves the people means to build an economy that can satisfy diverse and ever-increasing material needs with one's own production. Such an economy is multi-sided and comprehensive in its structure. When the economic structure becomes multi-sided and comprehensive, one can satisfy diverse and ever-increasing material needs with one's own production. So, the economy that serves the people in the country should be multi-sided and comprehensive in structure. Such an economy should also be based on the latest science and technology. This is necessary to satisfy ever-increasing material need on one's own effort and liberate the people from arduous labor. The latest science and technology means a high level of scientific and technological basis of the economic activities and makes it possible to rapidly grow production by enhancing productive efficiency, and thus makes the national economy serve the people's independent and creative life. It is the other essential content of building an independent national economy to build the economy that develops depending on the resources of the country and the strength of the people. The direct agent of building the economy is the people. And their country has raw materials and fuels to build and develop the economy that serves the people. Of course, one can use foreign strength and resources in building the economy, but it is impossible to build the economy according to one's will and desire when dependent on foreign raw materials and fuel. Dependency on others means the deprivation of one's economy, which is subjugated. This can be understood by the fact that many developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America that manage the economy depending on foreign capital receive millions of dollars of emergent relief fund, again from the IMF and World Bank after the destructive financial crisis, and thus had to be under the submissive, quote, mandate and imposed upon severe, quote, adjustment of structure, losing economic self-sufficiency. As these mandates and adjustment of structure, what they really mean is, if you cannot make your payment or you cannot pay enough back to the IMF or World Bank, well, now you're going to need to cut education. You're going to need to lower your consumption. And this is forced upon you by these IMF, World Bank foundations which are run by the imperialists. The economy that depends on the resources of the country and on the strength of the people is the economy that develops depending on one's own raw materials, technique, and national technical personnel. One's own resources, technique, and national technical personnel are inevitable factors for the building of an independent national economy. Only depending on these factors is it possible to build a self-sufficient economy. The building of an independent national economy is the essential contents of building the economy that serves the people and develops depending on one's own resources and strength of the people. This makes it possible to make economic self-sufficiency. And it is necessary to be self-sufficient in the economy because the economy, of course, is the material basis of social life. In other words, this means that social life cannot have a material guarantee apart from the economy. In social life are political life and cultural life, but these lives cannot exist apart from material conditions. Humanity can lead political life only when they eat and is clothed, and for this end, they should have different material means. So is the case of cultural life. It is impossible to lead cultural life such as education, art, literature, sports, and public health apart from the material needs. In this sense, the economy is called the material basis of social life. This being the case, only when one is independent in the economy is it possible to ensure independence of the people in all fields of social life. When one is independent in the economy, one can consolidate the independence of a country and lead an independent life. Economic self-sufficiency is one of the most important criteria of an independent sovereign state. Although one might be independent in politics, it is meaningless if one is dependent in the economy. That country might be an independent country in name, but not actuality. Apart from the economy, social life is inconceivable. So how can a country that is dependent in the economy be called an independent sovereign state? The country that depends on others in economy will follow others and cannot be free from subordination of slaves and debt. In the past, many countries were deprived of their countries and had to live as colonial slaves. And today, many countries gain political independence but cannot be completely free from the domination and subjugation of the imperialists, who use these economic means to restrict the material reality of a country while allowing it to have a token of independence. This is what we call neo-imperialism and neo-colonialism. Economic self-sufficiency is necessary to live on one's own efforts. As long as there is country and border, economic life is made with a country as a unit. So each country should manage its economy on its own efforts. It is therefore important to be self-sufficient in the economy to live on one's own efforts. When one is independent in the economy to produce what one needs, mainly on one's own, they can lead a dignified and independent life. Now in this process, one can import what one needs through foreign trade. One can buy certain things, but not all things. If one buys all things, one will spend a lot of money and consume a lot of time. For instance, in Korea, when it tried to produce tractors, others claimed that a small country does not need to produce them when it buys them from other countries. Anti-party reactionaries went against the production of tractors, saying that it didn't pay. At that time, President Kim Il-sung said that if Korea buys 3,500 tractors annually, it would take more than 10 years to buy 35,000 tractors, and stressed that Korea should produce them on their own strength, even if it costs a lot of money. So Korea produced the first one as a sample, and eventually further produced many, many tractors. What would be the result if it bought instead of building a tractor factory? Then it would have begged for them, even today, failing to mechanize the rural economy. This tells us that economic self-sufficiency leads to dignified and independent life. Economic self-sufficiency is the inevitable condition for ensuring Juche in ideology, independence in politics, and self-reliance in defense. Economic self-sufficiency is the material conditions to ensure the principle of Juche in ideology. To establish Juche in ideology means to arm the people with independent ideological consciousness. If one is weaker than others and dependent on others, one will look upon others. When one is self-sufficient in the economy, one can manage the economy on one's own, enhance national pride and self-respect, and firmly establish Juche in ideology. Economic self-sufficiency also makes it possible to maintain independence in politics. If one is economically dependent, one is not free in the political field. And when each country is independent in economy, it can repudiate others, interference and pressure, and ensure independent politics. Economic self-sufficiency also makes it possible to keep the principle of self-reliance in defense. If one is dependent on others in the economy, one cannot build a powerful military industry. Economic dependency makes it impossible to equip the army with modern weapons, nor arm the people militarily, nor make the whole country a fortress. If a country has no powerful military industry, it would have to import a huge amount of military equipment from other countries, and this would be difficult. In order to adhere to the principle of self-reliance in defense, it is necessary to provide weapons and combat equipment on one's own, and for this end, it is important to build a powerful, self-sufficient economy. So, as you can see, economic self-sufficiency is an inevitable requirement for realizing people's independence in all fields of social life. That's all for this episode. Thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you have any ideas for future videos you'd like to see on the channel, please leave your suggestions in the comments. Be sure to check out our other social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Red salute, comrades.
그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 내 젊은 시절 추억도 많은 사진첩을 펼칠 때면 전하의 그날 옛 선우들이 나를 보고 물어보네. 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 그때처럼 우리가 살고 있는가? 낡은 사진 한 장 두 장 번질 때면 빈터위에서 젖삽을 뜨던 전우들이 나를 보내 그때
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Nothing. Not coughing my lungs out before the stream even starts.
Communism is based.
Wouldn't be me. Wouldn't be me. Good morning, comrades. Lenin Smash, GMO, Juche Gang 420. Oh, that transition hit is a gamble, but I can't live without it, you know? It's amazing. This strain from DPRK here, Flan. So you're gonna mix it with some of a more modern strain, huh? Oh my god, would I be ever interested in trying that? If you make something from that, you let me know, and I would be very interested.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Every puff I take is a gamble. That's fine. I'm a rambling man. I like both of these. Okay, so today, as you know, we're going to be reading Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend. It's that day of the week. Oh. This one. Whoops. Yeah, I might have streamed last night. I saw Lennon wasn't streaming, so I was like, well, I guess I might as well hop on the video game. Lennon wasn't streaming. Red Falcon wasn't asking me to play Payday 3. I was like, fuck it, I'll throw on Metroid and I'll start streaming myself then. Yeah, you've been a streaming machine lately, Lennon. By the way, I know there's not that many in here right now, and I cannot imagine anybody in here right now that doesn't follow Lennon. But in case, if that heart up the top of your chat is empty, go ahead and fill that in. UJ Gang orders. Fill Lennon up. Fill him deep. He likes that support to run deep. Right, so we're gonna watch, of course. I think we're gonna start again with a little clip from. I know I'm a bit authoritarian. True. Call me on authority bot. I'm gonna watch this little thing here from a DPRK documentary on Kim Jong-il, as we've been doing every morning. I've got your Morang Bong Band. I've got a short selection of People's News for today. I can't go a day without People's News. And then we've got some jams. get a couple laughs, and then we'll be on to the Stalin read. And then I don't know what we'll do after that. Hello, Alex. Welcome, comrade. Good evening, good morning. Pretty good. How are you? We're gonna watch this DPRK documentary, just a clip from it that about 8 minutes from this DPRK document. And we'll be on to the People's News. Good, glad to hear you're great. Also, here's a little bonus soundbite for you all.
But the thing is, in order to stop breaking the law, we gotta break the law just for a couple minutes and then we're gonna be done, retired.
Right? You know how it goes. I am from Eastern Canada. Freedom 35, comrades. Although I already passed that, so... Freedom 45. I think they tried for Freedom 45 too, right, Lennon? Wasn't that the Netflix one? They did Freedom 35 in the original showcase, and then they did Freedom 45. Yeah, we'll have to go for 45. We can do it. We'll do it. I believe just a little crime. Just a little bit of crime for a little bit, and then you're good. Retired. It works perfectly. Yeah. Oh, I'm behind schedule, to say the least. Alright, let's check this out.
In the latter half of the 1990s, when Korea was on an arduous march and forced march because of the US imperialist maneuvers to isolate and stifle the republic, and because of the natural calamities, Kim Jong-il visited the workers and other people of Chagang province. Bearing in mind his instruction that bullets, not sweets, will save the people from falling into the lot of slavery again, the workers in Chagang province are living and working like undying birds. The workers and other people of Chagang province thrive under the motto, "Let us go smiling, though the way is thorny." Although they are too hungry to stand up, they tighten their belts by their machines, asking for work to do.
This is talking about during the arduous march, of course. Which is the result of the overthrow of USSR and
Yearning for Kim
the
Jong-il,
extreme sanctions
these
placed
people
on them
have
at
built
that
power
moment by
stations by
the
their own efforts
US.
and electrify their province by courageously overcoming all the difficulties.
I don't know.
Kim Jong-il
Different
called the
people,
fighting
depending on
spirit
the
of these
documentary.
people as the Kangya spirit, the people who had carried out the arduous march with success. He held them up as the front rankers of the whole country. In order to spread the Kangya spirit all over the country, Kim Jong-il visits the workers of the Sungjang Steelworks and encourages them to raise a torchlight of a great upsurge. The workers were overcoming manifold difficulties caused by the imperialists.
As I just mentioned. I mean, the thing you gotta remember is because the whole world trades in the US dollar, it's like, if the US
Because
uses
of
sanctions in a
proclamation-
way that's like, okay, it's not only the country itself that can't trade with other countries because of sanctions, but if a third country goes to fucking trade with DPRK, then the US says, okay, we won't trade with you either. This is the way they use the dollar to bully other countries around, to basically to secure that imperialist system. That's why with the whole emerging of these new currencies, like with what we see going on with China's various economic initiatives and stuff. This is why that is so encouraging, because it means that these sanctions get less and less severe. Yeah, it's like secondary sanctions, but it's all a result of the same, right? Especially where what the U.S. has done is use the UN to pass sanctions. Well, especially back then.
Has to be built by our own efforts. Kim Jong-il encourages the people to display the revolutionary spirit of self-reliance everywhere he goes. Saying that defeatism and the worship of great powers should be crushed by the iron hammer of self-reliance. Kim Jong-il trusts the working class as the main force of the revolution, who must continue to perform heroic feats, teaching them the truth that heroic feats can be proud only when they are performed continuously, just as flowers can be beautiful only when they are in bloom without withering.
Of flowers, I get a really good Kim Jong-il quote for
Kim
after.
Jong-il has led all sectors of socialist construction to effect leap forward, to turn adversity into favorable situation, misfortune into blessings, and to realize the hopes for a bright future as soon as possible. Kim Jong-il is on an endless journey of field direction, giving rise to the revolutionary spirit of soldiers and the Gangster spirit everywhere he goes, inspiring the people with a confidence in building a powerful nation and optimism for the prosperity of the country. He launched a blueprint for national prosperity and set in motion the full-charged endeavors to make history of transformation for the people's well-being. As a result, Korea's landscape has got new appearance.
Huge amounts of farmland created.
He initiated a grand plan of realigning the crop fields throughout the country and standardized the size and shape, and enlisted the servicemen and civilian people in this nature harnessing project. This vast, refreshing scenery of changed landscape is the fruit of Kim Jong-il's daring plan and efficient leadership. The overriding concern of Kim Jong-il's activity is the well-being of the people, including workers, and on his inspection trips across the country, he always calls at dormitories and dwelling homes to look closely into the people's living conditions.
Did you really, Landon? Oh shit.
Everyone who had an opportunity to meet Kim Jong-il said to him earnestly, "Please don't worry about our living. When we are through with hardship,
I'm just gonna
we'll
keep
well
not
off.
submitting anymore
Our
now.
only wish
I
is
haven't
your
had
good
any more
health."
rejections. That was the only new one I added, and it didn't get rejected.
Deeply impressed, Kim Jong-il said to the officials, "How laudable our people are. We fail to supply them with sufficient food or clothes, but they dismiss it only as passing hardship and continue to support our party and socialist system. When they see me, they always thank me. We must work to provide a fulfilling, prosperous life for these people who trust and follow the party only." He is determined to strive
to give the people. If you ever need me to make one, let me know, Landon. I got Photoshop. fucking whip them up like that.
This is why they follow him as their father and tell
Photoshop
him
is
even their
great for them.
innermost feelings and thoughts. These scenes of single-hearted unity, the true profile and source of the might of Korea, are based on the people's conviction that national prosperity and their well-being are in store when they follow Kim Jong-il, the destiny of the nation and the father of the harmonious country, to the ends of the earth.
Every time I see those rural communities, I'm impressed. Imagine. Okay. Found that quote. I just wanted to show you. This is the quote they said about the rock and the thing, and then it reminded me of this quote right here. The people are an almighty being, and one should pluck a star from the sky and bring a flower into bloom, even on a rock, if that is what they want. Jong-il. Yeah, it's true, Juche gang. I mean, you see them saying this about DPRK reclaiming tidelands and stuff in order to make new farmland. It's somehow destroying their environment, but it literally isn't. And they have better green programs than anything the West has. The West's idea of a green energy program is carbon offsets, which means planting the same type of tree too close together and causing forest fires. Again, the reason why Canada's forest fire this year was so bad is because of the practice that of these carbon offsets, the way that they plant the trees. They don't plant a diverse forest of hardwoods and softwoods together. They just plant fucking softwoods. Super shallow root base, and if you know, softwood fucking burns up like nothing, right? If you're familiar with the two. Hardwood, you can burn that for hours. Softwood, on the other hand, you can hear it crinkle and crackle, right? So yeah, they're literally planting tinder forests. Like the same shit you use for kindling. That's what they're planting for forests in Canada. And then they wonder why the forest fire situation was like beyond anything on record until now. Gee, I fucking wonder what's causing that. Perhaps a lack of diversity in the forests? Nah, we just need to give people electric vehicle credits. Yeah, that'll help the environment. That's it. Oh, Canada is ridiculously evil, Juche gang. Oh yeah, we have lots of Nazi I mean, I mentioned that yesterday, lesbian hot sauce, because as we saw, right? As we saw yesterday, this whole thing, I guess you might not have been here, but this happened in the Canadian Parliament yesterday.
Zelensky's speech received at least a dozen standing ovations. There was also one for this man, a 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
Who fought against the Russians in the Second World War, motherfucker? What the fuck? Like, who fought against them? That's ridiculous. And that reaction that he gives, like, I'm sorry, whenever I see that reaction right there, that just, I don't know, it just boils me right up, you know? Hey, Jack Bird, sorry, welcome. I read the goose that you typed. Jack Bird Real, welcome, comrade. And welcome, Wild. Good to see you, comrades. Yeah, so, oh my god.
We have here in the chamber today a literal Nazi. His name is Yaroslav Hunka, A Waffen SS soldier who pledged allegiance to Hitler, fought against our allies in the Soviet Union, and was complicit in the Holocaust. This man's a criminal. Not a great look for us. We have here in the chamber today a literal Nazi.
That's literally what happened, though. Good morning, ICB. Yeah, right? It did make him happy. I mean, but... I mean, to be fair, like, again, we have Nazi monuments all over Canada, which I did point out right here, right? Like, that literal standing ovation for a Nazi isn't the first time Canada praised Nazis. And you can, like... Again, you can look it up right here and you see all kinds. French for Mam Pétain. There's streets named after them. All kinds in Quebec. Serbian. Ukrainian. Countless. There's more Ukrainian than anything else. The guy called 41, 43 the best years of his life. He's a monster. I mean, it doesn't surprise. He volunteered for the Nazi Waffen SS. So, like, how is it surprising to anybody that he's a monster? I mean, Canada loves Nazis, right? We always hear about Operation Paperclip, but Canada just opened its doors and was like, "Yeah, come on in." There was no Operation Paperclip in Canada. We just fucking swung the door wide open. We're like, "Nazis, come on over here. Houses for Nazis." That's what Canada did. Canada invited. Well, according to this whole thing happened. The speaker took the whole blame for it. But I don't buy that for a second. If you ask me. And look at and then you got Trudeau here.
Obviously, it's extremely upsetting that this happened. The speaker has acknowledged his mistake and has apologized. But this is something that is deeply embarrassing to the Parliament of Canada and, by extension, to all Canadians. I think particularly of Jewish MPs and all members of the Jewish community across the country who are commemorating Yom Kippur today. I think it's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue our steadfast
In the middle of his apology, in the middle of his fucking apology, he had to bring up Russian propaganda. He could not help himself. I'm sorry, like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, I gotta hear that again.
Upsetting that this happened. The speaker has...
Oh, by the way, let's not forget that this is also a guy who, in his adult years, dressed up in blackface at a party. Let's not forget about that little incident too. In case you wonder what he thinks about people who aren't white, you know?
Acknowledged his mistake and has apologized. But this is something that is deeply embarrassing to the Parliament of Canada and, by extension, to all Canadians. I think particularly of Jewish MPs and all members of the Jewish community across the country who are commemorating Yom Kippur today. I think it's going to be really important that all of us push back against Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation, and continue our steadfast and unequivocal support for Ukraine, as we did last week with announcing further measures to stand with Ukraine in Russia's illegal war against it.
Boo you, man! No wonder Fidel disowned you, you son of a fucking bitch! No wonder Fidel disowned this motherfucker. Again, and let's be, what they did was use the Speaker of the House as a scapegoat, as if it was all on him. And I love how during his apology, he starts bringing up Russian propaganda and shit like that. You know what's funny about that? In the last chapter we read in this Stalin book that we're working on now, they talk about how it was really the West. who was invoking all of this anti-Semitic propaganda. And you know who they employed that anti-Semitic propaganda against? Even before the Nazis did? The USSR. Even before the Nazis existed. As in power in Germany, you had the West who was calling USSR Bolshevik cult, or Bolshevik Judas cult, or whatever it was. I mean, that's only one of the things they were calling it, but the West was calling them many different things like this. And the reason they were doing that is because for the first time, Jewish people were getting like positions in government and stuff like this, right? And in response, you had the West employing all this anti-Semitic propaganda against USSR. So it's just particularly like egregious to me the way he, in the middle of his apology, is like, oh, but we gotta fight against Russian propaganda. I feel really sorry, but let's fight against Russian propaganda. Why couldn't you just do the apologies, you know? Love how we invited the Ukrainian leader, then honored a Ukrainian guy, won the losing side who was fighting against most Ukrainians. Our politicians are useless. Yeah, because I get what you're saying, because we celebrated, of course, the Nazi on the wrong side of history. Canada literally applauded the fucking Nazi. Yeah, and that's just the thing, right? That's the way they try and frame it to make it dishonest, wild man. That's exactly what they do. They try and portray it as if it was just Ukrainians. The Nazis in Ukraine were Ukrainians fighting for their independence against the Soviets. Leaving out the fact that the Soviets didn't, like, make everybody's revolution in Eastern Europe, okay? Ukrainians fought against their own bourgeoisie, against their own fascist oppressors. Yes, the Soviets lent an enormous hand, but at the end of the day, each republic had their own government, right? They had their own leaders. It just was unfortunate that the USSR, as we pointed out with Kim Jong-il, works and will again. It's just unfortunate that USSR fell into this practice of flunkyism where if Russia did one thing, it essentially itself expected and all the other republics expected that they would copy each other. Just do what Russia was doing, which led to some enormous setbacks, as we know. Alright, I got a little song here for you to go with that video we watched, and then we'll do the People's News. And then we got some music before I begin the reading. I'll do that one after we're done the news.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
Happy 4 months.
Thank you, GMO. It's true. It's true. And thank you for the 4 months of art and support, comrade. It means a ton. Well, there we go. Here's your reward. You get the Morang Bong Band and State Merited Chorus together. There might not be any solo, so settle down, lesbian hot sauce. That only tends to happen when Morang Bong Band is by themselves, but should be a jam nonetheless. Hit those Juche gang emotes, by the way, comrades. I'm getting to know you, lesbian hot sauce, you see? Come on, flood the screen with those Juche gang emotes. We had a resubscription. That means celebration. I want to see it. Whatever emotes you got, just flooding the screen. Come on now. Well, because the global north is just a bunch of imperialist powers in a trench coat called the G7 trench coat. Right? Oh my god. Comrades, hold on. A new challenger is approaching. Looks like we have a new community goal here. Juche gang goes to DPRK. It's gonna cost twice the amount as the last goal, though. So there you go, our community challenge for this month will be I take the entire Juche gang crew on a trip to the DPRK. What? Yeah, that's right. Where the fuck else are you gonna find a channel that does that? Come on.
Well, we want to continue on.
Okay, I want to use this as part of my news segment because I want to give my... Once I'm done talking about the news, I'm gonna want to let them read some of the news. And then there you go. Donated all your labor vouchers? Well, there you go. That will be our community challenge for the month. Last time, comrades made me play CDI. Zelda CDI. I still might play more of it because I feel like I need to beat it, but oh my god, was it ever painful. It was brutal, to say the least. To say the very least. Right. I think what we're gonna do now is the news segment. Strap in, everyone. Not gonna lie, the CDI soundtrack was amazing. Okay, granted, yeah, there was some things about it. I even liked some of the backgrounds, just not necessarily as a game level. Just as like a background drawing, it was pretty cool. As a game level, it was like, what can I even walk on? March of the Fire Ants, comrade. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they force people to play it there, probably. Canadian politics are the Zelda CDI of politics. It was brutal, GMO. It was painful. It hurt. It hurt me. It hurt all of us, really. None of us were spared the pain. All right, news time.
Land defending. Water defending. Strike actions. International politics. Socialist news. Bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
Here we go. Welcome to People's News. See, I think half the fun of this channel is gonna be you decide how serious I'm taking this. You gotta try and discern that. Where the line is between the memes and the seriousness. Don't worry, I'm willing to go as far as possible with this. I'm not done making videos like that. Okay, we got I just have a few articles I'm gonna read today, and then I have a couple videos. I wanted to show this one off because I mentioned before about how like there's jobs in DPRK because of like first of all being a worker centered like state and also having full employment. You can literally be like a musician in DPRK, and one of your jobs might be to go to various workplaces and stuff and play music and stuff to encourage the builders or the farmers. Like, I love that. I'm glad you appreciate the ratio of seriousness and silliness, Sam. And I hope some people like watching her to just like, wait, how serious? How serious is this? It's like you watch that video and then I give you the news. But that video is sort of like the meme, right? So exactly, right? Lesbian hot sauce. Imagine a country where it's like, all right, oh, what? The musicians aren't here today. Well, I'm working slow today. We're taking a lot of coffee breaks, you know. I want to hear that solo. Or let me tell you, work's gonna be slowing down. Like, if only. Instead, here it's just like, yeah, you gotta work a split. You have to work 4 hours in the morning, then 4 hours in the afternoon. You don't get benefits. Have fun. Minimum wage. Good luck. Oh, and because you actually only work 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon, you're also only considered part time, even though you still work 8 hours a day. Welcome, welcome to freedom. I love the taste of freedom in the morning. What do we call it? The right to work, right? The right to work should be a fucking horror word for anyone living in the West. The right to work means the right for your employer to do whatever the fuck he feels like to you, essentially. Right? Let's take it from Kim Jong-il here. Or sorry, Kim Jong-un, my mistake, sorry. Forgot who I made the meme about until I opened it. Right to work, bad. Guaranteed right to a job, ding ding ding, socialist. Okay? Okay, are we all following along with this? Good. Yeah, freedom is when homelessness, exactly. Which is, of course, why DPRK is authoritarian. It all makes sense, right? They provide homes for everybody. Just guaranteed homes for all because they consider housing a human right in their constitution. So yeah, it actually makes sense now. Since freedom is when homelessness, we can understand now that DPRK is in fact the most authoritarian country in the world. Doesn't bother me. That's the way you want to frame it. Freedom is when 5 people own everything. Yeah. Yeah. Freedom is when a whole bunch of when like 5 corporations own all kinds of little puppet companies that look like they're competing with each other, but really they're competing with each other on a surface level, and the same people are getting the fucking capital extraction. That's freedom, baby. And the worst part about that whole arrangement, like I was mentioning the other day, one of the absolute worst parts is like the amount of labor and human ingenuity and effort and artistic ability that's wasted on like these competing packaging, right? That has to be updated and changed all the time. It's like they're fucking making packaging, muffin packaging. Imagine what these artists could be doing otherwise if like we had simple packaging that was like I mean personally maybe it's because I'm autistic, but I would prefer more uniform packaging if such a thing were ever possible in our future. Like just like this, the clear labeling, this is what it is, instead of all these like fucking things all over the packaging. Like you're looking at it trying to figure out what the fuck. Haley, welcome, comrade. Good to see you. My man Media, welcome, comrade. Damn, we need to get some shoutouts on the go here. I hope you comrades are well. We're just doing a little bit of the news. Oh, right, Mama and Media. That reminds me. On now. That reminds me of something before I get into the news heavy here. Check it out, comrades. This Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern, Project Zomboid, myself, Sleeping Larry, and Mama and Media gonna be playing some Project Zomboid, and we're gonna be talking about communism, socialist systems, and the efforts that it takes to build such systems. So make sure you mark it on your calendar for Saturday. You won't want to miss that while we struggle our way through the Knox disaster and your boy here gets zombified. Guaranteed zombification of Larry. I'll just say that right now. But how will I choose between variations of a product branded differently produced by the same company, right? I hate that. I fucking hate that. But the bright colors and obtuse packaging dazzle consumers into buying the first thing and then rebuying it when they get home and find they bought the wrong things. Then line goes up, baby. Right? That's why it's like all these flashy things new and like 50% this, 50% that. Like, you're looking at it and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, I would much rather simplified packaging. It's okay, Haley. Again, what I was saying, I mean, my whole point of bringing it up, Haley, was that, you know, if we didn't have capitalism and we were able to have like a more uniform packaging, imagine what designers and graphic artists and stuff, imagine like they're much more like, excuse my word of this language, but free fucking, you know, work that would be available out there. It's like they were talking to that guy, but I found interesting if you watch My Brothers and Sisters of the North. They were talking to that guy, and he was like an artist in DPRK, and he was like, I come into work, sometimes I get inspired and I paint stuff, sometimes I don't paint anything. And he was just like this real entitled guy. Like it was great. Like but it just shows you like this whole different attitude there almost, right? This is like, yeah, if I'm inspired, I paint this, I paint that, I paint whatever I want, basically. And he was like, there's another really good, I know it's not about art specifically, but it's about a type of art. About film here. You've done food packaging, but it's all the same. Manipulate people into feeling some type of way, and then sway them into buying something. Yep. How many people are killed for lines raising? I mean, that's the biggest question, to be honest. This clip here.
You can't. But I do like movies. I love movies. And I know a lot of movies aren't popular. And you can say that going in. One of the reasons I retired is so I could make movies that aren't popular. Because in the world we live in the system we've created for ourselves in terms of, it's a big industry, you cannot lose money. So the point is that you're forced to make a particular kind of movie. And I used to say this all the time when people, back when Russia was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And they'd say, oh, but aren't you so glad that you're in America? I said, well, I know a lot of Russian filmmakers. They have a lot more freedom than I have. All they have to do is be careful about criticizing the government. Otherwise, they can do anything they want.
And so what do you have to do?
You have to adhere to a very narrow line of commercialism. And there's only certain, look, when I started in the 70s, it was like this. You know, I could say Russia was like this, but we were like this. You could do a certain kind of movie. And I flaunted that system. I mean, THX, my first film, is definitely not an American film and I shoved it in sideways. Francis helped me trick the studio.
Yeah, right.
They would have never let me make that movie if they knew what I was doing.
Poland wants to extradite that 98-year-old Nazi. Yeah, I just found that comment from George Lucas funny. Okay, one more thing before I get into the news, since I saw it pop up. You should think about joining our Discord here at Randstar Vanguard. Fantastic Discord community. Not just my own like Twitch community. The community where I just happen to be one Twitch streamer. Like Valkyrie. And Vivian Vampire. And we're possibly adding another streamer soon. Keep updated for that, but you can click right here. You can join. We ask you to just fill out the 5 questions. Say you're from the Leaping Larry stream, and it's a great place to find tech support, learn about communism, and find communists to play some games with. Highly recommend it. And yeah, check it out. I made a new thing. Now I have beacons. So now you can get all of my links right here. Get them all across the top here. Or you have my various videos that I've been posting to YouTube. And look, you can even access Peace, Land, and Bread here, and Iskra books as well. Peace, Land, and Bread, where you can find our journal, magazine thing. Or Iskra books right here, where you can find all our reads, like the Stalin book we're going to be reading today. I got a bunch of other stuff on there too. Like, for example, as I always point out, I have these Facebook pages here. If you do happen to use Facebook, like Stalin Socialist Schoolhouse. Pretty good timing for this right here. Stalin Socialist Schoolhouse here. If you just scroll down a little bit, you can see that we have some fantastic George Jackson quotes. Excerpts from George Jackson's Blood in My Eye here. We also have all kinds of videos that I've saved from being eliminated on YouTube here. Footage of Comrade Lenin. Help you out. What the heck? I don't know what this is. What are you doing? I don't know what this means. You sent me this. I have no idea what any of this means, Red Falcon. This is beyond me. After 30 minutes of fighting with the banks, Operation Get Smoked was successful. Well, as long as it was successful. Trying to snag that roll. I don't know what any of that means. You're talking over my pay grade there. I don't have any. I don't have it. Oh, new rage emote. Look at that. Jesus Christ, that's a good one. All right. Look, it goes good with this. All right. I'm on to the news now, okay? It's the news. Here we go with the news. Leaping Larry and the news. Okay. Young artists awaited by young builders. See, they weren't gonna build until the artists arrived. I told you, lesbian hot sauce. The construction site of a new street in the Safo area of Pyongyang is seething with young people who are entrusted with the construction project as a whole. The construction site is always enlivened by performances given by members of artistic motivational teams from across the country. Someone needs to give Red Falcon a shout out, by the way. What the young builders are most eager to see is the performance given by the Central Youth Artistic Motivational Team. Of course, the builders say that the team's performance is always entertaining, as it is full of optimism and varies in theme. Especially, their witticisms are always popular as they depict details of life at the construction site in an interesting and meaningful way. The creators of the team created works inspired by the way Shock Brigade members spent their leisure time finding good things to do. Works are acclaimed by the audience for their individualistic depicting of characters and witty dramaturgy. Oh, that's a different word. People vocal soloists even do 3 encores as they touch the heartstrings of the builders with unique voices and fresh representatives. God. Oh dear God. Park Min Hee, a talented female vocal soloist of the team, said, "Whenever the builders cheer and call for my encore, as if they want to encourage me, I feel joy and pride as a soloist. My childhood, I dreamed of singing in fine attire on the stage of a theater, with an auditorium of hundreds of seats and under flickering illumination. But whenever the builders wave to and applaud me from the high-rise apartment houses, I realized again the weight of each song I sang. There's a song about an old couple on a visit to their daughter's home in Pyongyang, which was composed decades ago. The couple see with wonder at the changed appearance of the city where the apartment houses mushroomed here and there, and say that all people smile thanks to the benevolence of the party. The song, rendered by a male quartet of the Monsude art troupe, at the time is still popular among people as wonderful new streets appear one after another. People move into new houses, enlivening the whole country. A harmonica quartet of the team plays the music of the song, winning great popularity. Many pieces of music performed by the team are mosso and throbbing in rhythm. To the tune of their music, the speed of the builders' shoveling and steps grows faster, and the construction site seethes with great enthusiasm. Thus, the builders carry out their tasks at one go. The members of the team give a performance several times a day, but this is not an easy job. They have to prepare scripts and numbers to suit different venues and performance and practice throughout the night and give performances here and there in the day. But they say they are satisfied if their singing encourages the builders to make a contribution to the construction of the new street. Kim Tong-uk, head of the team, said, "We will continue to stirring performances so as to help the builders perform greater feats at the house construction site in the capital than the young people of preceding generations who dedicated their patriotic sweat and conscience everywhere across the country." Pyongyang Times. Short rant. I went to the store to buy a pack of smokes. Have to use credit cards, which I owe nothing on. Store doesn't use credit. Try to pull cash at the ATM. Card declines. Try to do a cash transfer. Decline. Tells me to call bank. Bank tells me I can't use my credit card because I'm at the maximum balance, even though I have a credit limit of 5,000 and I owe nothing. Good God. I am sorry to hear that, comrade. That is bullshit. Yeah, I love this. Imagine go to some place to work and like there's just musicians there to encourage you at work. As a construction worker, that would have been nice. That would have been all right. I'll tell you that. I'm sorry to hear that, NTC. Hopefully we can cheer you up. Here, how about this? How about this? Biscuit making your biscuits, NTC. They'll be ready soon. Look at her fluffy tail. She is so fluffy. She's a good girl. Good girl. There, hopefully that cheers you up, NGC. Hopefully that does something for you. No problem. I just saw her there making biscuits. I thought that might be a good thing. Biscuits help everybody, right, Kitty? She's looking at me now like I was on camera. I feel famous. I want to get cast as the pirate captain Eustace Kid in the live action One Piece, which probably won't appear for 3 more seasons. So I'm starting the hype campaign now to manifest the opportunity. Oh, well, I mean, you could have made that a little more clear. Now now I. Oh wait, this is the same curse. Oh my god. Hold on. First, I'll share your thing. Now I know what the fuck you're talking about. What the heck? My dream is to play who? I didn't know what any of that meant. It just sounded like. Hey, kitty. I'm saying every. He would love to say hi. Say hi. She's still very young, so she's springy. But there you go, you got a little bit of a high that time. Cats will lead us to liberation, exactly. Alright, I have another article here, this time from CGTN. How does China act to build a global community of shared future? From Fiji to Lutso to Rwanda, Chinese technology of Juche, which uses grass instead of wood to cultivate edible fungi, has been helping solve significant challenges. Production of edible fungi had to rely on felling trees. Just as Juche is nicknamed the grass of prosperity by farmers in Lutso, China has held 270 training sessions on the technology that trained over 10,000 people from 106 countries over the past 20 years. In addition to Junko, hybrid rice, roads, bridges, wells, and other projects under the Belt and Road Initiative have been solid progress in participating countries, helping locals live a happier and better life. The BRI is a vivid example of building a global community of shared future and a global public good, and cooperation platform provided by China to the world, according to a white paper titled A Global Community of Shared Future, China's Proposals and Actions released on Tuesday. This year marks the vision's 10th anniversary, as it was first proposed by Chinese President Xi Jinping on 2013. At a press conference on Tuesday, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said the vision has been supported by the wider international community. It reflects the pursuit of peace, justice, and progress by more and more countries and peoples, and their common aspirations for building a better world, said Wang. Since the BRI was introduced 10 years ago, China has pursued open, green, clean, and high standard cooperation to promote sustainable development and improve people's lives. According to the Belt and Road Economics World Bank report, the BRI, when fully implemented, will increase intra-BRI trade by 4.1%. By 2030, the BRI will generate 1.6 trillion in annual global revenues. This is important because, of course, all trade is sort of, as we know, funneled through the West right now. When you're talking about finalized products, where you have the global South is set up as like processing the raw material, and then it goes to the West essentially in order to be finalized, and then sold back, as we know, at extremely inflated prices. How they use capital to literally steal from them, in addition to like robbing the labor and the resources themselves, right? The BRI is an initiative for economic cooperation, not geopolitical or military alliances, reads the white paper. It is an open and inclusive process that neither targets nor excludes any party. The initiative, which by July 2023 had seen more than 3/4 of countries in the world and over 30 international organizations joining. It's not a China club nor a private route for any one party, according to the newly released document. The world's largest developing country and a member of the Global South, China has made every effort to aid other developing countries and help recipient countries expand their capacity for development, endeavors supported through the Global Development. In cooperation with international organizations, China has executed over 130 projects over poverty reduction, food security, and climate change in nearly 60 countries, including Ethiopia, Pakistan, and Nigeria. That has benefited more than 30 million individuals, according to the white paper. Speaking on Tuesday, Wang stressed the need to push development issues back to the core of the international agenda to benefit peoples of all countries in a more equitable manner. In response to glaring security deficit, China, through the Global Security Initiative, seeks to create a new path to security that features dialogue over confrontation, partnership over alliance, and win-win results over zero-sum game. China also calls for jointly advocating respect for diversity of civilizations through the Global Civilization Initiative. For example, it has carried out the Cultural Silk Road program and established the Silk Road International Theater, Museum, Art Festival, Library, and Art Museum alliances. One big family in Global Village. 10 years on, the building of a global community of shared future has gained fruitful achievements. The vision has been written in the United Nations Assembly resolutions for 6 consecutive years and incorporated in several multilateral mechanisms, resolutions, and declarations. China has built communities of shared future with dozens of countries and regions. Chinese foreign ministers said on Tuesday. Wang added, realize I'm still on this. Wang added the Global Development Initiative and Global Security Initiative had gained support from over 100 countries, and the Global Civilization Initiative has received positive feedback from a number of countries. Pro streamer right here. However, he warned as humanity is at another crossroads in history, camp confrontation, where zero-sum game has no prospects. In the face of global crisis, white paper has made clear that 190 plus countries in the world are all in the same big boat, and all human beings are one big family in this global village. No country, however strong it may be, can do everything on its own. We must engage in global cooperation, it reads. I'd have to look into it further. Lesbian House, because there's so much disinformation when it comes to China's economic deals, like with these various economic initiatives, and like the amount of debt forgiveness that China has, like putting aside that their loans are oftentimes either zero interest or no interest, and then the fact that they give like there's billions and billions in just debt forgiveness, just straight up, not even worrying about getting it back. It just, every time there's an attack like on the way they do this, it doesn't sit right with me, because meanwhile you have the US, their biggest and most advanced military base is in Africa, right? Like everything that the US does with their loans is there to change your economy. And when you don't pay back the World Bank, they like tell you have to cut back education, cut back healthcare, cut back this other shit. And China doesn't do that. Until I see proof of China doing that to other countries, like I'm gonna be very suspicious of any sort of like narrative like that, right? Because I mean, some of these people ignored, I think, also the fact that China is a member of the Global South, right? And it has developed very rapidly thanks to socialism, yes. But it is, in all its international deals, although it is not aligned like a it respects the development of even, of course, reactionary countries because it recognizes you can't import or export revolution, but that the model of a good socialist country serves as the best way. So yeah, definitely something I would keep my eye on. But yeah, that's just my position on China's international relations in general. No country, however strong it may be, can do everything on its own. We must engage in global cooperation. The vision of global community of shared future, according to the white paper, rises above the exclusive roles of bloc politics, the notion of might makes right, and the universal values defined by a handful of Western countries. It conforms to the trend of the time, echoes the call for global cooperation, and contributes to more just and equitable international order. It's a good question, Juche Gang 420. I would say it depends on where we're talking, right? But I'd say a lot of it is the global south in some respects. But we also have to we also have to understand that well, not just the Nazism though, but it's global north in the sense that it's also on it's more on the receiving end of like the extraction from Africa and South America than say Africa or South America. Right? It's a complicated relation there. When you're talking about the Balkans because of the various attacks on that, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. And I don't mean to like paint it as like it's entirely just like a messianic or thing that China's doing. Definitely they have their own interests and reasons for doing it, but I think a big part of it is to fight against imperial hegemony. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Thank you, Plants. We will check this out. I don't know if we'll have time today to, but yeah, I'm gonna check this out. Thank you, Plants. And that's my position, right? That right now, given the current external factors that China has to fight against, like I do understand countries that do make deals with them. And again, it's not to say that China's doing it all for altruistic reasons or something like this. Cool. We'll definitely check this out. I don't know if we'll have time today, but I will check this out. Probably be able to listen to it in the next couple days. Yeah, and that's just it, Sam. Like in our spaces, like in the Discord, in the Discord, 100%. But I think it's especially important right now when we have so much xenophobic propaganda that we especially do our best to humanize and push back against any form of the Western anti-Chinese propaganda that's out there, right? Regardless of what that narrative is, I think as communists, we do have a duty to push back against it. That's just my personal take. We have to consider again what improves our role in order to fight for our own liberation, which is, of course, anything that weakens imperialism and colonialism. Okay, I got one last article for you here, and then I cut a couple videos. Historic Palestine writes festival triumphs over opposition. Philadelphia. The resistance aroused by a Zionist assault on the Palestine Rights Festival this September 22nd, 24th weekend at the University of Pennsylvania turned the event from what would have been already been marked as a success into a defiant triumph over Zionism and repression. Imagine that, Red Falcon. Almost like communists use the scientific analysis or something. Had the Zionists and their allies among the trustees of the University of Pennsylvania stayed silent, had they allowed the first ever in-person U.S. Palestine Rights Festival to go ahead unchallenged, attendance would have still been significant. It would have been a success. Early registration was over 800 people. But the Zionists carried out a vitriolic attack campaign over several days. They drove a mobile digital billboard truck around the UPenn campus, made calls, threatening to stop the event. They contrived a libelous attempt to connect the festival to an alleged attack on the campus Hillel organization. And they finally demanded the festival drop some key speakers, including Roger Waters of rock band Pink Floyd. Even before the doors open, on Friday afternoon, September 22nd, registration has surpassed 1,400 people and continued to grow over the weekend. In response to the attacks, many individuals and organizations stepped up to defend the event, including over 36 UPenn faculty, several UPenn student groups, Jewish Voice for Peace, and others. Even reporters in corporate media, including Philadelphia Inquirer, provided positive coverage of the event. That's actually highly encouraging. Look at that 30 by 10 foot map of Palestine prior to the 1948 Nakba. Inside the Irvine Auditorium, everything was transformed into a pro-Palestine environment. A huge 10 by 30 foot map of historic Palestine identifying towns and villages existing before the 1948 Nakba was displayed initially outside, but later moved indoors due to weather. Posters and enlarged historical photos of Palestinian society and culture were prominently displayed on wall surfaces throughout the building. All of this helped make this festival an earth-shaking, emotional, unified, defiant victory of resistance to Zionism, much in line with the historic resistance of the people of Palestine against over 75 years of occupation. Yeah, and that's my opinion too, NTC. They've always been there. It's just, and not only do they feel more comfortable in getting more vocal, right? But like they're also getting more desperate as they see they see historical progress, like the same with reactionaries and the same with Empire, right? It becomes desperate and enters into these death throes because it sees no way out. It's like this is. When we were reading Lucerda earlier, we saw how like fascism is literally like an outgrowth of these same like white European fears of well, like Hitler was like trying to fight against this race mixing and what he saw like in Marxism and Darwin as being like eventually the human species would mold into one, and this like disgusted him, right? And part of what compelled his drive, part of what compelled fascism in general was this idea of the European white master race taking its rightful position over the subservient races. That is a big functionary of fascism that is left out. We always hear corporate control, all these other things, and that white colonial aspect of fascism is always left out. But I think that's an important integral aspect of fascism we have to recognize just as much as corporate control of the state, etc. Okay, so I just have two quick videos here, one from Breakthrough News and one from the Red Nation. Now I know both these are problematic, but again, it arouses good. These are good. I like to pre-screen and see if they have anything good to teach us, and then yeah, we go from there. So this one is on Haiti's water wars.
Well, we want to continue on that note, and we are very, very honored here to be joined as we continue to talk about Haiti by Edwidge Danticat, who is a Haitian-American novelist and the Woon Sun Mellon Professor of Humanities, African-American, and African Diaspora Studies at Columbia University. Ms. Danticat, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you so very much for having me.
Well, it's really an honor to have you with us. I was actually talking with several people before the show about how much we love so many of your novels. But obviously, this is a huge moment happening right now, for Haiti. I think also for the Dominican Republic. You have so many things on the table. You probably heard some of our past conversations. So I'll just maybe ask you, why has this issue of building a canal in the northern portion of Haiti become such a rallying cry for Haitians in the way that it seems to over the past week or so?
Well,
That'd be great, Sam.
The issue of the canal, as Dr. Prosper said, it's so important to Haiti in so many ways. First of all, as she mentioned, the 1929 treaty between Haiti and the Dominican Republic allows, first of all, for the canal to happen. And there's been attempts before to build the canal. In 2018, when Jovenel Moise started it, and they had a firm from Cuba come and complete about 60% of it. But when he passed away, the construction stopped, and then people then, needing this canal, then decided to start building it on their own. But the canal issue, I think it's something the whole world should be paying attention to, because first of all, it addresses this issue. I've heard most of my adult life that future wars will be fought over water and resources like that. And you're having an example right now in Haiti, because Haiti is always in a way at the forefront of certain movements and revolutions. You're having this play out right now where people with more, with more backing, with more funds are saying, we're going to stop you from building one canal, where the Dominican Republic has built 11 waterways off the same river. And even Abinader, when he addressed, to say we're going to close all the borders to Haiti, said that they control something like 88% of this river, which starts on the Dominican side but flows through Haiti and is enriched in many places by other Haitian rivers. And I think that the gold mine should very much be paid attention to. This week it was reported that there's a contract with Barrick Gold and Unigold to build a gold mine right on this same border where this river is, and that because of this there'll be water. There's just going to be, the water's going to be poisoned. That area will be a desert if that gold mine comes there. And in addition to that, they've announced, in addition to closing the borders, that they're going to build a dam further up that then will close the whole area to the river at all. So I think these farmers in Haiti who have been, quietly trying to get this done for this plain, which is a very important area for feeding the rest of the region. They represent, I believe, what it's a David and Goliath fight, really. Abinader is in election mode. He's using anti-Haitian, for his own benefit. But at the same time, you have this group of people who are resisting. And on the anniversary, as Dr. Prosper mentioned, of the La Sentencia, that stripped many of them of nationality, who have been there for generations, but also close to the anniversary of the massacre of Haitians that were ordered by the Dominican dictator Trujillo in 1937. And he too, Trujillo, said that that massacre happened because they were protecting farmers, which is something that's been very much repeated this week.
I think it's really interesting how, just reading about the story, the Dominican leadership has been denouncing the Haitian leadership, even though the Haitian government isn't doing anything at all to protect their own citizens living in this area. Can you talk a bit about what people in this area are doing to push back? Because they've kind of, taken matters into their own hands, because this is, of course, their livelihood.
Yes, I mean, this is an area that I know somewhat well because I've gone quite often, and I used to go quite a bit when I was researching a book that I wrote on this massacre. It's an area that, Dominican policy from Trujillo on, especially in the border areas, is always it's a policy for them of contrast. So they want to, these not Dominican people. I think there's really wonderful relations between the people themselves, neighbors, like they'll call it each other, like Haitians will say, "M'bral voisin," I'm going to the neighbors. And there's that, fraternité, if you will. But these governments have always created a policy of contrast. They're African, we're European, they practice Vodou, we're Catholic, and they really use those types of, they use tropes in order to separate people. But they also, when election time is coming, as it is for Abinader, then if you want to win, you sort of hold up this Haitian menace. And I think the people on the border who are used to like this fraternity between each other, then and also are abandoned really by their state. For the last 10 years, we've had a really predatory state in Haiti where the people in power in Haiti have actually seen themselves more in Dominican elites than they have in the poor, especially the rural people of Haiti. So, so these people, after waiting, I think waiting for the government to do it, like they've decided to do it in their together. And that's we have precedent in Haitian culture, especially in Haitian rural culture for this. And combit, where people, you work my land today, I'll work yours tomorrow. People are used to working each other, in this rural space. They're used to working together. They're used to this system of lacus, of communities, because they have not been able to count on their state. They've been able to count on their neighbors. So I think with this canal, it's become such a rallying cry and a symbol for all of us in Haiti and the diaspora, because it's, people acting fully together. And I think Abinader was hoping that his the closing the borders and the blockades would bring people to their knees. But on the other hand, he's kind of, united a lot of the community. We've had, because of all the things that are happening in Port-au-Prince, a lot of people coming to the rural areas because of these paramilitary groups, these criminal armed groups in the city. So a lot of people, including my relatives, have had to leave their homes in the city to go back to the rural area. So then people are looking at themselves, people like, well, if we don't have those places to go, what is left? And I think there's a lot of things coming together in this moment that is rallying people. That is, people are coming from all over. People are sending money so that the canal could be completed, because it's more than a canal at this point. And part of it is the Dominican government, Abinader has made it that they've made it a symbol of resistance against bullying, because the military, they've really militarized the border too. It's not just closing the border, but there's it's an army on this border, and why, and who are they going to fight against? People building a canal.
Part of closing a border, right?
No, I think that's an extraordinarily important point, and we saw Abinader meet yesterday with President William Ruto of Kenya, who thanked him for supporting Kenya backing into the country. But I wonder how you see these two issues intersecting, coming almost at the same time. Obviously the canal issue was, became a big issue. The Dominican Republic has been all over the UNGA trying to, create their own narrative about it. At the same time that everyone from Biden on down is really pushing aggressively to have this intervention force be set in the next few days. How do you see these two issues coming together in terms of what we're seeing elites in U.S., Canada, Dominican Republic, and other seem to come together at this moment, both for an invasion and in opposition to the Haitian people's sovereignty?
Well, I think whenever people who follow Haitian politics very closely, there's always an uptick in violence right before these meetings. And there was an extraordinary, just really a huge spike right before the expected September 15 vote on the UN resolution. So it's almost as if sort of like the people who are behind the scenes, they're just like, here, this is why we should come in. And they want to, there's an effort, it seems, to almost push things, make the people so desperate that, that they leave them no other choice. And each time there's a new element added in. And so I think the border issue now, Abinader for years has been, and he touts this himself all the time, going to the UN saying, Haiti must be pacified. And he did it, he did it in 2021.
Have you comrades heard reports of Haitian rebels? And that's why we have to send weapons and stuff to the government there, or to help fight back against Haitian rebels. They do this. I mean, it's a tried true method of imperialism. We see the same thing with Yemen.
Left for the meeting, he said, that's what I'm going to say again. And it's in his, it's in its interest to seem almost like he's trying to, even talks about the canal like, well, it's basically sort of these anarchists building it. And I think, frankly, it seems like, especially in his election year, he's just salivating for an opportunity to join this force that's going to be in Haiti. Like, I think, they're so close already. They're, and actually Dominican forces have already entered Haiti during the building of the canal in 2021. They crossed over and tried to intimidate some of the people who were working in the canal, and that led to a bilateral meeting in which they agreed, and they had a joint statement that the canal was fine based on the 1929 Treaty of Friendship and that both countries had signed. So I think, as Dr. Prosper said, it's trying to find new places, new entries into Haiti. And I think nothing, frankly, with all the abuses that are being right now done to Haitians in the Dominican Republic, and still Abinader presenting himself at the UN as a sane one, as sort of, the one that's kind of keeping the savages in check, and we take care of them. We do our part. Now you do your part. And I think he wants in. I think he really wants to be part of this force, and that's what he's offering himself. And I think symbolically for him, that would be such a victory to finally conquer Haiti.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me just ask you this final question before we let you go. What do you make of Ariel Henry coming out and saying that he's going to back the canal, sort of out of the blue here, at the same time where he's saying he's going to back this invasion? Is it just so much covering of his behind?
I mean, ever since Elon Musk has bought it, it's gone more and more that way.
Well, I think there's a lot of covering of the behind, because you have also this new development where a lot of these armed groups in Haiti now have come together, and they say, well, we're going to stop fighting the people, we're going to stop slaughtering the people, and we're going to go for Ariel Henry. They've really stated it clearly. So I think that his backing popular movement now, the canal, right? It's there's a lot of people, there's a lot of rallying behind it. And I think he's just trying to join a train that in a way has already left him behind, because a lot of people, he's not popular and is not legitimate in their eyes. And the state had, he's abandoned the people in so many other instances, and these massacres in the city. And now it's a people's movement, and I think that might offer him some cover, but I don't want to speak for the people in the movement, but I think they have so much support and so much heart and so much fire right now that he had no choice but to kind of join in. But one thing again, before we leave, is that these types of tactics, blockades, and all of that has been used against Haiti since its independence. And, when in 1804, Haiti had no friends because they were a Black republic that had decided that Black people should be free, and the rest of the world just shut them out. So people have created systems for themselves to survive. Again, like I said, with the combite, which is what we're seeing in a large scale in the canal, and the laku, and people expressing support. So I think the world should watch this, as I said in the beginning, because it's a battle for small farmers who are just trying to irrigate a plot of land, who are trying to keep their countries alive, against someone, on the other side, a president who wants to win elections, who wants to bring gold mines, who wants to dry off water in a very small place, but a place with great spirit and great heart, and with a revolutionary past and hopefully future.
Well, I will join you in those hopes. Edwidge Dantakot, I have to say it was an absolute honor to have you here with us, and thank you for giving us some of your time here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you for having me.
So we're going to watch a longer thing that Stro and Sam's going to link us in the coming,
absolutely. In fact,
in the coming days or weeks, so be sure to tune in for that. I got one last thing I want to listen to. This is just on the history of neoliberalism. This is a really good one. I want you comrades to. Oh, thank you. I can actually save it now.
All right, everybody. Our next.
There, in case anybody wants to hear it now. Wants to hear it in between. Here, I'll save that for later. Got one more news article.
You wanted
here
to do this podcast after I wrote my most recent book, Capitalism, Coronavirus, and War, a Geopolitical Economy. And a central argument, I would say even the central argument of the book, although there are many, but this is pretty key to it, is to precisely understand neoliberalism, because my argument is that part of the reason why we have our countries perform so badly vis-a-vis the pandemic, why we are mired in this kind of war, which we are conducting, is a proxy war against Russia, and why we are destabilizing the whole of the world, the world order, basically, has to do with neoliberal financialized capitalism. This is the term I use, and I argue that it is most fully developed in two countries in particular, namely the United States and the United Kingdom, where the ills of neoliberalism have gone the furthest. So what do we mean by neoliberalism? And I'll come to financialization later, but what do we mean by neoliberalism? So basically, so in general, neoliberalism is understood to be about free markets and free trade. So the idea is that neoliberalism advocates free markets and free trade. It is the ideology with which about 40 years ago, politicians like Ronald Reagan, Mrs. Thatcher, etc., came to power. They said that the problem in the world, the reason why we had a big downturn and a big recession, a stagflationist crisis of the 1970s, was because the government was interfering too much in the economy. It was important to roll back this interference and so on. And of course, by talking what they were referring to when they said governments were interfering too much in the economy was they were referring to the post-Second World War order of what are generally known as Keynesian welfare states. So after the Second World War, we had welfare. Most Western countries had welfare states. They heavily regulated capitalism. They imposed capital controls. There was substantial state ownership. Economies were managed to try to at least approach to full employment, etc., etc. So this was the case, and the neoliberalism was then about rolling back all of these and giving freedom to capital in order that it will sort of, the idea was that if you remove these restrictions, then capital would be free. So neoliberalism is supposed to be about free markets. But what scholars have argued is that if you look back at what has really happened when you talk about, free markets and competition, in reality, what has happened is, in fact, neoliberalism have not freed markets. What they have done is they have essentially freed capital, and they have freed not just ordinary, what most people consider capitalism, which is a whole lot of competitive firms and so on, but rather they have freed giant monopoly corporations. So, and that also relates to why neoliberalism has not actually done what it says on the tin. That is to say, they have not revived the economies of the Western world. And what has happened over the last 40 years is that giving monopoly capital these kinds of freedoms has not restored the productive health of our economies. Because in general, neoliberalism refers to competitive markets. But we don't have competitive markets anymore. We have an economy which is dominated by big giant corporations who are not price takers, as we might say. They are price makers. So they have absolutely no need to respond to the pressures of competition and so on.
She's an author, and she's written about like globalization and empire, U.S. hegemony.
This kind of economy has not restored productive dynamism, and the only thing it has achieved is the financialization of these economies. You give capital freedom; they have no need to invest. They make more, and the profits that they make are not reinvested. So they productively reinvested. So all they do is they slosh around in this vast sea of money capital, in which basically you don't invest to produce things in order to sell them and then make profits out of it, but you simply want to make more money out of the money you have. So without particularly producing anything, Marx would say that Marx argued that the circuit of capital is you start with money, then you invest it, you buy commodities, you invest, and then you produce more new commodities which are worth more than you sell them, so you get at the end more money than you add. Well, this is completely short-circuiting that process, and it is going from money to money without producing anything. So that's financialization. So what I'm arguing is that neoliberalism, and I guess I'll say one other thing. So as an ideology, neoliberalism has, you can say neoliberalism really emerged more or less with the birth of what we know as neoclassical economics, most of whose wings were actually very free market. There was perhaps one wing, the Walrasian wing, which was not necessarily free market, but the bias was definitely towards free market. So it emerged in the late 19th century, but already by the early 20th century,
that's how I sleep almost every day.
Neoliberalism. Keynes was, of course, the most important. So through most of the 20th century, you had the dominance not of this neoclassical economics so much as Keynesian economics. And then it's only after the crisis of the 70s and the onset of neoliberalism that this kind of free market, free trade mantra really got its historical moment. It was, embraced by policymakers, and it still remains, despite the fact that over 40 years, it has not achieved what it's supposed to achieve. Our governments have still clung to it. And the key for that, to understanding that, is that neoliberalism is not a theory, it's an ideology, and it's an ideology which favors big corporations who are very powerful. They can always find people who will come to power and implement the policies that give them more and more freedom, tax them less and less, and so on.
And one of the sort of the way this manifests isn't just like in debates between economists. It actually, this is the 50th anniversary of the Chilean coup and the overthrow of Allende, and you and I were both in Caracas, and we went to the foreign ministry, and we saw Allende's glasses on display, and it was a reminder to Hugo Chavez that they're not going to do to the Bolivarian project what they did to the Chilean project. And so can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think most people have this conception of imperialism as when one country invades another country, or there's sort of military competition, or we just don't like communists or we just don't like left projects, or that these people are dictators. What is the you said a neoliberalism is an ideology, and how does that ideology manifest in sort of foreign intervention?
Actually, that's a really brilliant question, because what it does is it focuses attention both on how Chile was one of the first kind of experiment in neoliberalism, but also why it was so. So let's begin with the first. So neoliberalism as an ideology, like I said, through most of the post-Second World War period, it was sort of sidelined because the dominant persuasion was Keynesianism, and governments thought that they could use Keynesian economics and so on. And it was not that governments, they did this out of the kindness of their heart. The fact of the matter is that in the post-Second World War period, working class movements were very strong. They had mobilized over a whole century. They had acquired, of course, exceptional power during the wars, because if you want to ask people to go and fight for you, you have to promise them something. So in that sense, that was that empowerment. But neoliberalism sort of continued its existence at a subterranean level in these marginalized think tanks and so on. And in particular, by the early 70s, people like Milton Friedman in the University of Chicago were beginning to push it more and more energetically, particularly because the crisis of capitalism was upon the world. And so this was the opening through which they would sort of come through. So the coup against Allende in Chile was, of course, it was against a social democratic, some would say socialist government. So that makes sense. You know, the United States is fighting communism everywhere, and we'll come back to that in a second. But the coup in Chile was essentially, as everybody now knows, as people like John Pilger have recorded in wonderful documentaries, the USA was definitely behind it. They encouraged the coup. And it wasn't just that they wanted a government to take power, but they wanted the Pinochet government to implement neoliberal policies. Now, why do they want to implement neoliberal policies? Was it because Allende was a communist? I think really in order to understand the Cold War, the opposition to communism, you really have to put it in the larger history of imperialism. What do I mean by that? So basically, you know, and by the way, some version of free markets and free trade has been the dominant ideology of most countries. So in the 19th century, when Britain was the most powerful country, it advocated free trade to everyone, right? Now, why is that? It's not that Britain always scrupulously practiced free trade. That is not it. It wants other countries to practice free trade. Why? Because essentially what imperialism needs and wants, apart from controlling societies and so on, what is the purpose of controlling societies, ruling them and so on? It is really to open up these societies to the interests, to capitalist interests from first world countries, from the imperialists. And this is very important to understand. You want to open up these societies. You don't want them to do what is really necessary, which is to practice various forms of protection and state direction in order to develop your economies. Because in the history of capitalism, we know that actually, contrary to the idea of free trade, the only way in which countries have developed is by actually not opening up, but at least selectively closing. We're not talking about autarky, but selectively closing your national economy, regulating the inflow and outflow of trade, inflow and outflow of capital, in order that you can develop your economy. Because if you simply open up your economy, what happens is that
that's exactly what they do
goods from elsewhere, which are produced more cheaply, simply flood your markets. Your own enterprises don't get a chance to produce and so on. And in the end, it doesn't work really for everybody. But imperialism always wants to open up economies, which is why some version of free trade has always been the dominant ideology. And this is why they wanted to impose that on Chile, because the Allende government had other ideas. They had the temerity to think that they could run the Chilean economy in the interest of ordinary Chilean people and to try to develop their productive capacity and so on and so forth. So in that sense, you know, the purpose of neoliberalism, so the Cold War, anti-communism, so to understand that is where you have to understand that if governments must always intervene to develop their economies, as was seen, for example, in the development of countries like Germany or Japan, or even the United States in its early days, practiced massive state intervention in order to develop, because if they had not, the dominant country of that time was Britain, and British goods would have simply flooded all markets and not allowed those countries to develop. But by the early 20th century, you also began to see the emergence with the Bolshevik Revolution of communist attempts to develop the economy. So that, you know, in Russia, it was not possible to allow capitalism to do it as it was in Germany or Japan or the US. So you now saw an alternative way of development, which also involved massive state intervention, and which, by the way, was stupendously successful. By the end of the 1930s, Russia had already become the second most industrial country in the world. So imagine that, you know, and this was done without the privilege of imperialism. This was done even though most of the capitalist countries were trying to oppose Russia's industrialization. And of course, today we see that in the case of China. So I would say that the whole purpose of it, so essentially the anti-communism of the Cold War was also a form of imperialism. The point was that countries should not try to develop in this way. The examples of Russia and China should not be imitated by other countries. So the Cold War itself should be seen as a chapter in the longer history of imperialism.
Oh. You were spitting. What? Oh my, she wasn't spitting. Right, I have just a couple songs that Some were posted in Chunkaluda, and some, of course, are from my own selection. We're gonna listen to these, and then it will be reading time. However that classical song goes. But first, let's listen to these songs. Play. Wait, hold on. Yes, I understand and wish to proceed, you fuck. Go. Listen to a couple songs, then we'll be ready to read. Hey, Common, Hunkaluda mention. Well, yeah, I kind of have to. I feel like I have to now. Search up Chunkaluda on Twitter, by the way, comrades, Facebook, etc. I am now, after all, I get a stream channel in there now.
Fuck these fucking fascists, they can kiss our asses.
100% plans.
Fucking fascists, fuck their family and friends if they defend the fucking fascists.
Oh wait, I forgot my shtick. Oh yeah. I mean, to be expected, that's why I always say, when you watch those medias, like, they're great for learning from, but of course they're not perfect, that's why we have to talk too. Oh boy, my favorite program, Larry's Liminal Leftist Library. Great to see you today, common opponent. Hope you are great.
Fucking fascists, fuck their family and friends. If they defend a fucking fascist, they can fuck up till they're dead. Fuck these fucking fascists, fuck their family and friends. If they defend a fucking fascist, they can fuck up till they're dead. Fuck these fucking fascists, fuck their family and friends. If they defend a fucking fascist, they can fuck up till they're dead.
This group, you mean? The group is the Muslims. I found that there's a link to it in. Well, here, I'll link it here as well. I saw someone share it in Chunkaluda this morning, or yesterday.
Things take a turn for the worse.
Okay. Oh.
Generations ago, when you drifted on our shores, we welcomed you with open arms as we opened up our doors. Shared with you our medicines from our sacred land, gave to you the dignity and helped you to understand. How can we trust you when our children still cry? Why should we trust you when our people still die? You fenced us in and shunned our ways and left us in the cold. Call it manifest destiny for your precious gold. Reservations we live in is all that we know of a free and noble nation that lived here long ago. have been broken, the borders they divide. The system that we live in now, our freedom still denied. How can we trust you when our children still cry? Why should we trust you when our people still die? You fenced us in and shunned our ways and left us in the cold. Call it manifest destiny for your precious gold. How can we trust you when our children still cry? Why should we trust you when our people still die? It's so hard to trust when you're pushing us aside. Can't you see that greed will justify your lies?
Tell me those lyrics aren't fucking fire.
How can we trust you when our children still cry? Why should we trust you when our people still die? It's so hard to trust when you're pushing us aside. Can't you see that greed will justify your lies? Can't you see that greed will justify your lies?
Think. How about some DPRK music now? And I'll do.
Things take a turn.
Red banner. You know what it represents. Italian emotes or something, please. Different cards, right? GMO, like transitions are fucking awesome. After this one, I got one from plants. And then I got one more from George Paul, and then I'm ready to read. I've got, of course, my fancy intro all ready for the read. Inspired, of course, by Marcus at Left Flank Vets there. So everybody, get your British memes ready for when that song begins. That's a fucking awesome piece of orchestra there. I always say it, but Mooring Bong Band has like the best violin players I've ever heard. You probably won't hear much of it here, but like when they get into the solos, since they're doing this one with State Maryland Chorus. Buddy, right there, the fellow in the center there that you saw clapping, he used to be actually technically the head of state as president, because he served as president of the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly for a number of years. Oh, again, because every state body in DPRK is arranged by democratic centralism, he still only had one vote equal to whoever else is on this Presidium with him. And the Presidium can't actually change major laws or the Constitution. That's only the Supreme People's Assembly itself that can do that. Love that flag. The comrades and I at Red Falcon and myself, and when we were first thinking about making First Nations International there, we made a flag that was heavily inspired, of course, by that. Which is this one right here. Except it has a club, needle for recording on a wampum belt, and a tomahawk. So they all serve the same purpose as what you see on the WPK flag.
Come on, everybody.
Alright, before I do this one, Plants sent me one. Plants get special treatment. And then we'll do this one. And then I'll be ready to read to you all. I love this meme. This one was also shared in Chunkaluda this morning. Colonized masses should have their stolen land returned and have self-determination. White people, they're gonna hunt me for sport? Literally. Literally. I talk about this all the fucking time. How, they believe that first, for example, the fight that I've had with Midwestern Marks, multiple members of Midwestern Marks, by the way, was that the First Nations liberation would just lead to new bourgeois imperialist states. Or the other argument I was hearing from them was that because First Nations people and oppressed people are a smaller percentage of the population, therefore liberation for them is a
people there dancing all around.
Fucking love this one.
Listen to the drumming and the rhythm.
Yeah, you gotta listen to it multiple times.
Making everybody wanna move their feet.
That's the one for that MF Doom we just listened to.
We'll have a lot of fun, let me show you how.
One more from George Paul here.
Spirit of the dance, what it's all about. Come on everybody, give a great big shout. Way high, 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 way high.
Biased. I love George Paul's my favorite, but I'm extremely biased. I recognize that.
Sitting by the fire all through the night. Listen to the birds come the first daylight.
This is just good old powwow music. Baldwin's Ghost. You've ever been to one? You might have heard similar music somewhere.
So if you're ever down at the powwow ground, listen to the singing of our ancient sounds. All in time and a rhythm you will see. Spirit of the dance gonna set you free. Way high, 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 yo. Way high, 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 yo. Way high, way high, way high, way high, way high, way high, yo.
We have time, depending on how long it takes me to read this chapter, by the way. I do have a Lushava talk. Dr. Loazi Lushava. It's the first part of, I think, a 3-part lecture that he gives. Sort of related to the first talk that we watched by him, actually. Common opponent. I had a wild dream last night. I was hanging in here, but instead of Stalin talk, it was all dongers and balls talk. Yeah, that what you caught there was Leaping Larry late night. Look, if you're gonna tune in late at night, all right, just understand that the crowd might differ a little bit, which you know, sometimes is conducive for alternative discussions. Alright, I hope you get your like gentlemanly memes ready here. Here we go. Fucking love it. That one and the other one he does, the wolf dance song. So fucking good. Alright, I hope you all get your high class memes ready now. That time to read. I gotta get that. I gotta get that emote.
Welcome to Leaping Larry's Revolutionary Reading Theatre.
All right. Time for more of the Stalin read, comrades. Like I said, try and find where the jokes end. And where the seriousness
I would have been friends
begins.
with Stalin.
I feel like that feels reminiscent of like that old school, you know, the reading theaters. The guy sitting there with the fucking, you know, the wine
He's a
glass.
communist. Oh, really? Yep. Big communist. Big communist. Oh.
Sitting there with his wine glass, his glasses way down his nose, like, and then he reads a story. The fuck was that? Did I dream that? I feel like that was a real thing, right? Alright. I'm gonna pin the read for you all again. Anytime I'm in between reads, Tuesdays and Thursdays, by the way, is when we do our reads. You can type exclamation mark and reading into the chat, and there you go. There's your link. Right there. Masterpiece Theater, there you go. I knew it was a real thing. So right now we are on page 259 if you're on a single page PDF, or we're on 239 if you're on the physical copy. I'm very, very proud to have been a part of the group that brought you this work here, which we think is very important. So I thought, you know, why not read 392 fucking page work on stream? Yeah, that's true. You wipe them on your shirt, or like I guess a fancy handkerchief would be better, right? Masterpieces PBS. Yeah, I remember it. I remember that shit, see? It's ingrained when I went to make the thing. I was like, well, it's got to sound like this. Pathology, Morality, and History in the Reading of Stalin Era. Geopolitics, Terror, and Stalin's Paranoia. These chapters have been fire, by the way. The last one did get into, like I said, a very good discussion about how, in many ways, fascism was also a continuation of white Western European colonialism. Part of that same ideology, only taken to the extreme, as in because of like emergence of, well, because of like Darwin's theories, Marx's theories, things like this. They saw that all races were going to mix, and that if radical measures were taken, this could be prevented, and therefore that master race be preserved. And then, of course, it has to find scapegoats that are convenient and irrelevant at the time. And that was, of course, in the last chapter when we discussed how Stalin and the USSR could absolutely not be considered anti-Semitic. And in fact, much of the anti-Semitic propaganda was leveled against the USSR until World War II. Like, even before the Nazis had power in Germany, you had the West attacking USSR as like a Jewish Bolshevik plot, basically. And this was a fucking common theme in US propaganda and Western propaganda all over the fucking capitalist world at the time, right? It was like a very prevalent fucking thing. So the anti-Semitism would be more rightfully leveled at the Western powers than USSR. And in the last chapter, we again saw how USSR even treated prisoners of war from Germany better than the Western powers did. You know, we had like Winston Churchill, I think it was, who really just wanted to like castrate them all. That's what he thought would be a good solution. Now we're in geopolitics, terror, and Stalin's paranoia. Which approach allows us to better understand the genesis, the characteristics, and the meaning of Stalinism? According to Arden, the obsession with the objective enemy drove Stalin's totalitarianism, as well as Hitler's. To seek out ever newer targets for its repressive machine. After the descendants of the former ruling classes, it was the turn of the kulaks, traitors within the party, the Volga Germans, etc. To realize the futility of this scheme, one need only reflect on the fact that it could be applied without difficulties to the history of the United States. At the end of the 19th century, it participates in the celebration of the community of Germanic nations or races, USA, Great Britain, and Germany, that are in the vanguard of civilization. Beginning with the intervention in World War I and continuing for decades, the Germans and Americans of German descent become the enemy par excellence. This was the time of the Grand Alliance with the Soviet Union, which, however, after the collapse of the Third Reich, becomes the enemy as such, so that the target of persecution is no longer Americans of German or Japanese origin, but rather Americans suspected of sympathizing with communism. At least in the last phase of the Cold War, Washington can avail itself of the collaboration of China on the one hand, and of the Islamic freedom fighters who feed the anti-Soviet resistance in Afghanistan on the other. But with the defeat of the evil empire, it is the former allies who represent the new incarnation of evil, the freedom fighters, and their sympathizers on US soil and in every corner of the world, take the road to Guantanamo. It is especially one detail that reveals the poverty of Arden's scheme, which places on the account of the obsession with the objective enemy the deportation of the Volga Germans during the Second World Conflict. In fact, similar measures had been taken in 1915 by Tsarist Russia, at the time an ally of the liberal West. Above all, immediately after Pearl Harbor, F.D. Roosevelt behaved similarly towards the objective enemy represented that time by American citizens of Japanese origin. To take the geographical and military situation of the respective times into consideration, the Soviet dictator's concern seems more justified than that of the American president. At times, Arden seems to notice the problematic character of the category she used. The first edition of The Origins of Totalitarianism denounces the obsession with the potential enemy. But as the Second 30 Years' War rages on, the Soviet people are threatened by mortal danger. Only with difficulty can be considered an expression of paranoia to be on guard against a potential enemy. Later editions of the work instead feature reference to the objective enemy, so as to accentuate the pathological character of a behavior that continues to be exclusively attributed to totalitarian dictators. By the way, speaking of around this time period, that was a great movie we get to watch yesterday, which was about the revolt in 1905. What was I think of the Battleship Potemkin? Extremely good movie. But this linguistic adjustment in no way modifies the terms of the problem. Although she resolutely opposed Nazi Germany and sympathized with the country of the Third Republic and the Great Revolution, at the time of the outbreak of the Second World War, Arden had been imprisoned in a horrible concentration camp precisely in France, and had ultimately suffered such a fate as a result of being deemed a potential enemy or objective enemy. We shall soon see that this category was also operational in Churchill's England, or F.D. Roosevelt USA. Unfortunately, Arden moved at a purely ideological level, without even posing the problem of a comparative analysis of the politics being followed by the ruling groups of different countries, in a situation of acute crisis. It is worth attempting to fill this gap. After the conclusion of the Second World War, Churchill drew up this balance sheet of the situation in his country on the eve of the gigantic clash. Quote, "There were known to be 20,000 organized German Nazis in England at this time, and it would only have been in accord with the procedure in other friendly countries that the outbreak of the war should be preceded by a sharp prelude of the sabotage and murder." Unquote. In this way, the statesman justified the policy he had followed during the conflict, when in England those suspected of crime of sympathizing with the enemy or with their political system were liable to be arrested. Quote, "Sympathize" was a catch-all word that permitted the government to detain without trial indefinitely members not only of fascist organizations, but of any group that the Home Secretary judged sympathetic to Germans, including those who advocated negotiations with Hitler. Unquote. That's from Costello. When is that printed? 1991. The targets are not those responsible for actions, but rather the potential or objective enemies. Protected by the Atlantic and the Pacific, as well as by a powerful navy, the USA should not have felt particularly threatened. But F.D. Roosevelt thus warned, the enemy is not deterred by the ocean. It is necessary to learn the lessons of Norway, whose essential seaports were captured by treachery and surprise, built up over a series of years. Similar threat hung over the American continent. Quote, "The first phase of the invasion of this hemisphere would not be the landing of regular troops. The necessary strategic points would be occupied by secret agents and their dupes. And great numbers of them are already here and in Latin America. As long as the aggressor nations maintain the offensive, they, not we, will choose the time and place and the methods of their attack." Hofstadter, 1982. And that's not all. It is also necessary to confront the aggression enacted by secret spreading of poisonous propaganda by those who seek to destroy unity and promote discord. At this point, traitors or objective enemies already tend to be those who express opinions that are considered contrary to the national interests, and resistance becomes a task that must be carried out not only by the army, but by the entire country. Both must show unbroken solidity. Quote, "To those men, our defenses, and those behind them who build our defenses, must have the stamina and the courage which come from an unshakable belief in the manner of life which they are defending. The mighty action that we are calling for cannot be based on disregard for all things worth fighting for." Same person. Hofstadter, 1982. Looks like the next few quotes are by him. An omnipotent aggression, which also manifests itself on the political level, can only be liquidated by total mobilization that ends up affecting the political sphere as well. On the basis of these assumptions, there was a well-orchestrated media campaign. When will Hitler invade the USA? Asked one poster, with the image of Nazi paratroopers about to swoop down on defenseless American cities, which are also exposed. A second poster reiterates, to an attack and landing from the sea, the danger is all the more serious because Hitler's army is here. Thus, there is at least a third message, warning against the fifth column in the USA. The seriousness of this threat was brought to the attention by films and books that were a great success. While the Anti-American Activities Committee calculated that there were 480,000 followers of organizations ready to help the invaders. Holy fuck. And, as in England, also in the United States, the category of agent and enemy accomplice widens to include all those who would like to avoid the involvement or dragging of the country into the war. Yes, they were accused of constituting the Nazi transition belt, the Trojan horse. Hey, Potato King, welcome, comrade. Glad to see you here. Or, as F.D. Roosevelt himself put it, the fifth column of appeasement. This last expression is particularly significant. It is a political attitude that is synonymous with betrayal, and those who assume it become the targets of denunciations, trials, and intimidations. That is, they are, in the final analysis, targeted as potential or objective enemies. Now, one of them became a hero in Canada. Look at it this way, Rylan. Canada loves its Nazis.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
Hey, thank you so much, Potato King, for the 2-month subscription, comrade. I was actually just about to give you the shout out here because I noticed that I think you were starting to stream again, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think I remember seeing you streaming again now. Everybody throw up those Juche gang emotes, by the way, please. You should follow Potatkin. Love to see those Juche gang emotes flying across the screen. There we go. Thank you very much, comrade. Appreciate the support. It means an absolute fucking ton. Had to rework my OBS and move into my host, but I'm so happy to get back to streaming. Nice. Well, if that heart is empty at the top of your chat right now, go up there and fill it in for some Cyberpunk DLC action tonight. Damn. Hell yeah. Fill that heart in, comrades. Welcome in and thank you, Potato King. Very much appreciate the support, comrade. It means a ton. Disability fucking sucks. You're also rapping the Juche gang song. Do we have to listen to that later? That will be our interlude. We'll listen to the Juche gang song. All right? Yes. All right. Sounds good. That'll be our interlude. An atmosphere of fear and suspicion spread throughout the country, promptly used by the authorities to increase the FBI's powers. The president revealed to the press that pro-German elements had infiltrated the Army and Navy and organized or attempted sabotage operations in 40 or 50 factories in this country. Even a balanced intellectual like William L. Schurer invited everyone to be prepared with war just around the corner to face sabotage by thousands of Nazi agents from coast to coast. The enemy's work is suspected or sensed everywhere. All the comrades here today. Love to see you all in here. Thank you for spending your time listening to the read of the Stalin book. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, so all this was from that same person. And except for number 11, which was coal. Right here. No problem, Cinnamon. Happy to. The fifth column had played a fundamental role in disrupting Belgium and France from the inside. Well, it was argued the Nazi termites were at work in the North American Republic, which risked suffering the same fate. Apparently, some attempts were being made by agents of the Third Reich to stir up and exploit labor discontent in factories and to interfere with munitions production for the Allies. According to the German Consul General, these acts of sabotage were actually industrial accidents ascribed to the Nazis by Roosevelt. It is not surprising then that little children sometimes became frightened by scare propaganda, tireless in announcing and painting in the most horrific colors the imminent eruption of Hitler's hordes. When the US intervened officially in the war, the climate of fear became even heavier. It was an obsessive warning against spies of nonchalant, loose lips. Watch your tongue. Silence means safety. You can kill even with careless talk. They do not tire of pointing out the war posters displaying the faces of boys on the verge of becoming orphans because of irresponsible chatterers. Against sabotage, another poster proclaimed the existence of a new crime, that of misuse of working tools, that showed Mr. Toolwrecker being charged with taken into custody by a policeman. Of course, the reality of danger was intertwined with the clever manipulation of the real situation. The American historian I am citing here concludes, FDR well understood the value of national anxiety. FDR and his advocates at times crossed the line, separating public concern from mass hysteria. Quote. Gerstein, 1989. I saw an article from 1948 about them being used for strike and breaking, but this was even before that. Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. It was just like, because, again, it was so vague against any political enemies, right? And regardless of how small the actual threat of Nazis, like, actually landing the way they're portraying it here, not to say that there was no danger at all, but the way they portray it here is totally, like, feeds into that, right? And then that also in turn can feed into the anti-communist propaganda, or the attack against anarchists, and other those against the state seeking to overthrow their state, etc. Because again, let's remember that, as it was just explaining, like right up before this point, like right up until this point, you had propaganda in the West that was portraying the USSR as being this Bolshevik plot to overthrow Western civilization, right? Like, this was right up until the fucking World War II that you had the Western powers doing this. And only after that did they, like, turn this around, when it basically became unfashionable for Jews to be a scapegoat for fucking hatred and shit. After it became less fashionable, then Western powers started accusing, instead of USSR being a Bolshevik plot, accusing it of being anti-Semitic. Yeah, and that's the thing, exactly. Like, the NTC, perfect example there, that, like, Nazis did land in parts of northern Canada, but were never able to stay because of harsh conditions. It should have told them something about Russia, I guess, but anyway. I mean, really, that's just a meme. Really, with all this, it's basically was all the Soviet manpower, all the Soviet strategy that did it. But I mean, the winter didn't help the Nazis, to say the least. I mean, one funny thing we learned about earlier in this work too is how really what Hitler was relying on with his strategy of blitzkrieg was that the Russians or the USSR would march up to the front to meet them at the border, and thus eliminate that long march that it takes to get towards any of Russia's cities, right? And that in the past, literally, like when you look at like Napoleon, right? Same problem, like trying to march across. By the time you fucking get your ass all the way across Russia, especially when you were moving as fast as the blitzkrieg, you're like now hyperextended, and the rear is not very well connected to the front at that point. The punk ass Nazis couldn't handle the cold or a fucking jacket. And oh yeah, I mean the funniest thing was, like, if you read again further before I continue to read again, in the last chapter, or I think maybe it was one of the first couple chapters, one of the funniest things, March, is how they attack, right? And then when all these Soviet tanks and machinery start showing up, you see like letters from Hitler and from other Nazi fucking officers who were like, how could they have done this? Where did they get all these machines from? These people that couldn't build refrigerators, suddenly they have all these machines. It's like, yeah, because the problem was fucking Tsarism and capitalism and feudalism, not fucking anything to do with their race, because your Nazi race science is pseudoscientific bullshit. Get crushed, Nazi motherfuckers. Yeah, exactly. Napoleon's troops guarding the supply lines, and that was the thing. Like, Nazis thought that what Hitler's big genius, like military strategy, was thinking that because he was blitzing through Europe the way he was, that would compel the USSR to bring their troops up to the border, and he would just be able to crush them at the border and move on towards Moscow and Stalingrad and whatever else, right? But instead, Hitler saw through that shit, and they fucking stayed right where they were, right? And that was part of what led to, exhaustion in the Nazi ranks, and then met with this mechanization and fighting door to door and building to building in Stalingrad, and then met with like this whole mechanized force of USSR. It took them, it pushed them back pretty quickly. And like running as fast as they were fucked. Yeah, we come across roads we did not know about. We encounter railways that are not on any maps. Yeah, exactly. They were totally flabbergasted and exhausted. Anyway, I will continue now that little side rant's done. Breakaway front supply line was also the move Sherman did during the U.S. Civil War. They knew they would be far too ahead to get supplies, but they helped by the enslaved people coming to greet them. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Hitler was also moving that invading force against Russia was also moving fast, right? Trying to move fast, which led to a whole nother slew of problems. They were emboldened by his thinking, of course. They were their superior race taking over, reestablishing their place. They thought they were, yeah. Fast meets mud, fast loses. Exactly. All right. I'll continue reading here for you all. We are in the presence of constituent elements of the terror raging in Soviet Russia. Undoubtedly, here the phenomena analyzed in relation to England and USA are presented in a monstrously magnified form. But is it ideology, paranoia, or the objective situation that plays the decisive role? Beyond the changing but incessant civil war, geopolitics must be kept in mind. April 1947, while the Cold War was already in the making, in conversation with the Republican candidate Harold Strassen, Stalin stressed with a certain envy the extraordinarily favorable situation of the USA, protected by two oceans and bordered to the north and south by Canada and Mexico. Tips on living with disability? What do you, in what way do you mean? Two weak countries that certainly did not represent any threat in regards to Canada and Mexico. Things were quite different for Soviet Russia. Oh, just, yeah, that's, it's a hard one. I mean, my thing is I just try and be open and honest with people, and I give up on I don't try and mask for people anymore. You know? That's the one thing that's helped me is like I'm just open and honest with people. I'm like, yep, where I might misunderstand things you're saying or whatever because, you know, I find that's helped with me, and not trying to mask, like, is it not trying to like put on the fake face, you know, in order to fit in or pretend like you understand every fucking thing that people are saying or doing or why. Like, my thing is like I'm just like, wait, why are we doing this now? Like, I find that has helped me immensely, is to don't be scared to ask shit like that, right? Yeah, asking for clarification, masking is absolutely exhausting. And like that was the thing when I started doing videos on YouTube, I was very stiff and stuff because I was trying to mask, you know, and the more I let go of that, the more I realized like, okay, well, wait, what I'm actually doing here is like a performance. And then that helped me like uh I guess have a different like voice going on while I'm reading and talking online. But it's not like masking. Like, because masking is, like Comrade said, just so exhausting. Yeah. And yeah, if there's just people are doing something that you're like, wait, why are we doing this? I just say that, right? Yeah, I do need the old school pipe. I'll have to get it. That'll be one of the, I'll add it to the throne wish list or something. An old school wood pipe. Being on disability, the funds are fucking tight. Because what I do want to do is get like better colored lighting for here. I want to get a kitty camera because I have a wall of kitty condos that I want to have a camera shot on at all times. And one day in the far-flung future, we'll have a camera in the duck run as well. That what I'll do is for that one is set up like a redemption for like the labor vouchers, and then it'll turn the duck camera for a certain amount of time or some shit. Yep, exactly, Potato King. That's exactly what I'm trying to get across. It's just like, hey, I don't understand why you're doing this or what you're saying or what the idea is behind this. Could you please just run it by me? Let me know.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie, traitor to our country!
Oh, what shit. Thank you very much, Rylan, for being a traitor to your country. And gifting a sub to Wildman. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, comrade. That means an absolute ton. You know what that means, Chad? I expect you to spam those Juche Gang emotes, by the way. Absolutely common opponent. Absolutely. Yeah, welcome Wildman to the Juche Gang, comrades. Flash those. Yeah, exactly, Cinnamon. It's an everybody thing. Don't hesitate to ask. It's It's a 100% a good thing to be open about shit. I want to be a traitor to my country. Well, you're in the Juche gang, so there you go. You're going a long way, comrade. Good job serving against your country. Love seeing those. And by the way, if you didn't notice, we dropped a new emote recently as well. Militant First Nations against the fucking white European gender binary. Because fuck colonialism. Okay, to continue our work. I can't do a British accent. Leaping Lois, reading, theater, returns. This is a militant place for defense of all people fighting against fucking genocide, oppression, etc. It's very fun to leave the US military in pursuit of communism, just in case anybody in chat is debating about it. Don't regret a damn thing about that choice. Thank you for your service, comrade. Give you that kind of salute as well. Thank you for your service, and by that I mean what you just described. We appreciate you. One of the most important things that there's this one quote that I always see here though, because I do see a tendency of some communists to slip into the wrong idea about this kind of thing, right? I'll serve crack before I'll serve this country. No comment for various reasons. But there's this one good quote that I'll read before I continue with the read. Because this is important, like just in general, right? Because one thing, like, I'll give you an example of this when I'm done, or actually, I'll give you an example of it now. For example, like this is proven by the fact that you all know what China did with their last emperor, right? They turned him into just an average worker. And that's why, for example, in like the Black Panther Party, we're trying to say that you can't take, and actually Sakai and other anti-colonial revolutionaries were saying you can't just take a solely class analysis. You have to also understand like the relations of colonialism. You have to understand other relations as well. These other forms of oppression that do have a basis in class, yes, but also are not going to be solved solely by focusing on class itself, right? Like there's important aspects that need to be overcome that are not simply just going to be overcome by class alone. There still has to be a serious ideological, serious cultural struggle as well. The achieving of a socialist state power and a socialist economy, of course, makes that ideological struggle easier and and of course possible to achieve. But like, for example, you had the Black Panther Party who says, and Sakai and others who say, like, regardless of their class background, in many ways, the colonized people in the West are where you're going to find the most revolutionary aspects in this society. regardless of whether they would traditionally be considered lumpen or whatever the fuck, right? Just and through the sheer struggle that they face against colonialism and against genocidal oppression necessitates the struggle towards a more socialist oriented way anyway, leaving aside the fact that First Nations, you know, at least a great deal of them, especially here in the Wabanaki Confederacy, a great deal of them are still collectivists. We never became individualist, right? Hey, Captain, welcome. So this one right here. The exploiting class is not the driving force of social movement. It is a reactionary force and the target of the revolution. Dealing with the working masses as the driving force of the revolution and viewing the exploiting classes as the target of revolution on no account means that the people's standpoint and attitude towards the revolution and counter-revolution should be defined merely on the basis of their social class. People's social class influences their actions, but it does so through their ideological consciousness. Even people of an undesirable class origin, if under a revolutionary influence, can contribute to the revolution. The Juche idea's approach towards people of different classes and strata is that they should be judged by their ideas and actions, and that the people who help towards social progress in the revolution should be trusted as part of the driving force of the revolution, without their social class origin being questioned. And there's a huge problem with this when we see, for example, think of the way settlers analyze Sakai's reading, for example. The way he separates the idea of proletariat from working class as a term in his Sakai, in his work Settlers, right? You see the response to that is, oh, he's saying that there's no such thing as a white working class. It's like, no, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the revolutionary potential is like the white working class as a whole is fucking essentially skewed by the relations of colonialism. Like the other way you can understand this, right, Potato King, is yeah, we can turn bourgeois traders into revolutionaries, right? Bourgeois class traders. On the other hand, also look at the amount of working class people who fight against like proletarian power, against revolution in a direction that would actually be beneficial to their interests, right? And March, I would say like people in the West are trained to do this, right? You're trained to pick your colonial relations over even your class interests. And the idea that even the little scraps of nothing that people get, like if they're even able to get not even that, the prospects of getting the scraps of nothing is what compels many white working class people to be against the idea of First Nations liberation. Even many of these communists, like the fucking two individuals I got in an argument with at Midwestern Marx, for example. Gerald Horne shows that too. The settler material condition acts as a reactionary force against class solidarity and revolution. Exactly. And it even paralyzes the way that they conduct their it paralyzes the way they conduct their creation of theory as well, right? Like they become captured by existing theories and are unable to learn like actual struggles that are going on in their own countries and formulate an actual theory of struggle that's suiting to their own conditions. They become completely like flunkiest and just like, oh, we'll just copy exactly what China is doing or what USSR is doing, right? When instead of learning lessons from their fucking various struggles and then incorporating it with an understanding of our own struggle. I had an argument with the Midwestern Marx Institute. Oh, God, yes. I mean, they were arguing with me that First Nations liberation is it's just an irrelevant part of revolution. I mean, they are ideologically, yes, they are liberation ideologically, 100%. Whether or not they're officially on the payroll of some of those liberation organizations, I don't know, but they sure as fuck jump on the sword for them an awful lot. I mean, the best was Eddie got trolled, right? He got trolled thinking he was gonna interview that fucking the bearded, what the fuck was that clown singing that stupid fucking song? The north of Richmond, that one. He thought he was gonna have an interview with that fucker and someone pranked him and shit. The amount of likes people that these people get is shows you that the people that are liking them aren't fucking communists. They're liking it because they're saying shit that champions this fucking tailist reactionary bullshit. And to them it's not even tailist, they're just seeing them champion US bullshit, right? What the fuck is this?
6 a.m. and already the boy ain't right. 6 a.m. and already.
Stop. Of all the American oligarchs, I think Elon is the most likely to embrace communism. Oh my god.
Oh, 6 a.m. and already the boy ain't right.
Oh my god. Yeah, I guess it's afternoon now. Hope you were well. Adrian Vixen, too. Hello, comrade. I gotta get a shout out for Adrian Vixen here. I hope you comrades are well today. I'm just slowly reading my way through the Stalin book here. I forget what we read, something that got us on this topic. Hope your comrades are very well today. Go follow Adrian Vixen. Fill in that empty heart if it's empty at the top of your screen, please. Thank you. The book we're reading here. This is here. Wait, I can get it by typing exclamation mark and reading in chat. It's this one right here. Stalin History and Critique of. I don't want to open a new one because I don't want to mess up my parts now. But here we go. It's this one right here. I do a little bit of helping out here and there. You know, a little bit, as much as I can. It might have been, yeah. I do a little bit of helping out over at Iskra Books here, a little bit. I'm stretched pretty thin. I'm all over the place between IRL work and online and this, but I do a little bit. So I did mention to Henry that I would read this. So yeah, we're on page 264 of 392 of it right now. It's a good work. And again, if you go to Iskra Books, you can get any of our books for free on PDF. So you don't have to pay for them, right? And that goes for any of these. If you're looking to learn more about Irish revolutionaries, this is a good one here. Selected Writings of Brandon Hughes. But it's more like he's a black legend, I think, because of the Black Book of Communism, right? I'm guessing that's what it's a reference to. Yeah, and fucking see. Falcon knows better than me because I'm over here at Wabanaki Confederacy. I'm on the East Coast. He's part of Iroquois Confederacy. So I think it was Iroquois Confederacy that did that. Bias reported. Oh, here we go. So it's an actual term. The Black Legend is a historical phenomenon in which sustained trend in historical writing of biased reporting and introduction of fabricated, exaggerated, and or decontextualized facts is directed against a particular person, nations, or institutions with the intention of creating a distorted and uniquely inhumane image of them while hiding their positive contributions to history. Yep. There you go. Wow. That shows you how deep that the actual title is then, I guess. Yeah, here's another one. By the way, we're coming out with volume 2. Here's another good book right here I recommend. It's the selected works of Stalin himself. And we're coming out with volume 2 very soon, by the way. I want to mention, before we continue to read, I'm on an ADHD tangent now, okay? No, the Stalin book is a reference to him being the most aesthetically African American of the socialist idols. Welcome. Where have you been? we needed some more comedy in here. Come on. You gotta see, one day you gotta be here and see all the various intros I've created for I had the autistic urge to create half meme-ish intros for every various segment that I do of the stream. I don't know. So another base thing about Iroquois people, if you're not familiar with this one here, Origin of the Family, Private Property in the State, from Frederick Ingalls. This one here actually, he talks a lot like in some problematic ways, I will point out. There's some problematic terminology and some very like limited analysis, or like, I guess, how do I put it? Very like crude analysis, I guess, of Iroquois society, but a lot of like the strategies and shit that communists have incorporated is inspired by like Iroquois and other First Nation societies, like democratic centralism, for example, which is something that like a very similar form of democracy is practiced by the Wabanaki Confederacy. Both all the nations within the Wabanaki and like Mi'kmaq society itself. Baldwin's ghost. So yeah, there you go. There's my side tangent. Oh, one more side note. Look at this. This is our Labour Party. This is the Labour Party of Canada. If you want to know if they're any better. Oh, no, they're not. They also like Nazis. And there's no doubt that all of that portion of the people who were standing and giving that standing ovation to the fucking that Nazi war criminal were from the NDP. And you know, another thing I like to point out is like I know other Green parties Cinnamon Challenge, it gets even more gross because I know other Green parties tend to have like at least a socialist bend to them, right? Our Green Party is 100% a capitalist, imperialist fucking party. And when it gets up, when like Elizabeth May used to get up and talk, if you listen to them, they would talk about like, oh, green energy provides us with this opportunity for business all over the globe and gives the Canadian military more things to do all over the globe and peacekeeping missions. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Oh, I see. We're gonna be the Green Party of fucking fascism. You know? Like, it's appalling, the fucking shit that comes from the Green Party of Canada. It's unbelievable. And that's what it is. Like, it's these business opportunities. And I think, like, it's Remember how I said like imperialism sort of learned after World War II that they can't really enter into open armed conflicts with each other, right? Hey Bob, oh, so happy you managed to sleep, comrade. Glad to see you here. Didn't the Greens have a chance to elect an eco-socialist? I think they might have in the past, but they have never done it. The Green Party of Canada has always been like this pro-capitalist. It's so weird because, like, in so many other countries, it's not that way, right? Like, I know, for example, the U.S. Green Party seems better from what I know. I do have like some comrades who work in Korea for the Green Party. Yeah, and much the same. That's right, Tanya's Boop. Hey, comrade, by the way. And that's like much the same way they did with like Bernie, right? They shut them out. And now it's like this idea that, again, after World War II, the imperialist powers realized that they can't like enter into open armed conflicts with each other because that risks revolution, right? So they gotta like have different ways of settling the score of how they're gonna divide up the world into different ways. And like this is like that's what this seems like to me. It's like, oh, maybe Canada can like get a little bit ahead of some of the other countries in the imperialist order, like led by the US, if we focus on this green imperialism. Yeah, yeah, that's it, you know? And I mean, this is what the purpose of things like the NAFTA and the GATT are, is to like, it's the US, like, this is our position in the imperialist alliance that we've got going on here, and this is all your positions. In other words, we're going to trample over you and you're going to do what we say. Because it's a US led imperialism. But that's not to say that each country isn't individually imperialist as well. Yeah, and that's what they do. And let's not forget, Tanya's Boob, not only were the Greens pass the anti-socialist rhetoric like the NDP does, but the worst part of the NDP, of course, is they're totally captured by the unions are totally like officially subordinated to the NDP. Like, what the fuck is that about? %100. If you're not, and that's the thing. That's why you should organize. If you do have a party, like, there's problematic parties. So if you can't work with problematic parties, there's other organizations you can work with. Try and form your own little organization. I always say like a good way to contribute is walking the picket lines and stuff with the unions is great. You know what else is really good? If you find like First Nations actions like water defending, land defending that's happening, given probably happening close to you right now, right? Is these First Nations land defending actions or water defending actions, and see if you can get in contact with somebody who's organizing it or helping to give it a public face if they do, or ask if you can bring them some sort of material supplies. You know, that's a good way to fucking to try and get like started helping if you're not part of any organization. Or if you are part of an organization like a communist party, use that democratic centralism, use your party meetings to try and get them to do that same thing as well, right? I think that you need to study the history of like African struggles as well as First Nation struggles for liberation. And I think that you sort of have to, as I think settlers' job is to sort of align behind that leadership, right? That the revolutionary spear, the revolutionary driving force is going to be like the Revolutionary Army, which we see like being formed already and has been being formed for so many years in their fight against colonialism and oppression and fucking just and straight up genocide, right? That's my take on it anyway. And I always say like one people can reach, just like Lenin and And people were saying one person can reach 10, 10 can reach 100, 100 can reach 1,000. Can't reach someone? That's okay. Well, that's unfortunate to hear. Juche gang 420. Jesus. Sorry to hear that, comrade. Hearts go out to you. It's especially difficult to fight in a fucking country that has anti-communist laws, straight up. Or at least fucking encourages anti-communist fucking sentiment, like, to a degree that, you know, leads to, like, fucking nearing xenophobia type of shit. Alright, I'll continue with her read now. Sorry for that long sidetrack, comrades. I look all excited seeing all the comrades talking. Things were quite different for Soviet Russia. One may well scoff at Stalin's paranoia, but we have seen Goebbels note the wide success of German espionage in France and its total failure in the USSR. On the other hand, the enemies of Bolshevism were precisely the first to insist on the pervasiveness of a German fifth column in Russia. In Kerensky's eyes, as demonstrated by the capitulation of the Brest-Litovsk and the signing of the treacherous separate peace, the protagonists of October 1917 were operating in the service of Wilhelm, by whom they were massively financed and assisted. According to the Menshevik leader, the German secret services had already played a significant role in the peace agitation that had undermined the country's war efforts. Similarly, Churchill stressed the weight of German gold that had played a role in the upheavals of Russia. You comrades still encounter people who say that shit today? I bet you do. I bet you still encounter people who say this, that I remember that when I was first really starting to like get into defending the USSR, I would always encounter people who would be like, oh, well, USSR, you know, that Russian Revolution was really financed by like Germans or whatever. To take them out of the war. Used to hear that all the time when I first started defending USSR. In the present day, going back further, an Israeli historian who came from the Soviet Union at the time believes that the hand of Imperial Germany, determined to weaken its neighboring and rival power by any means, could already be seen in the untimely death of 1894 of Alexander III, who died as a result of incorrect medical treatment given him by his team of doctors, among whom Germans predominated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that Lenin was sent back by Germans. Or in the assassination in 1911 of Fyodor Stolypin, which took place with the involvement of some high-ranking pro-German Russian officials, or in certain oddities of Nicholas II. His wife was a German princess. In any case, as far as the collapse of the Tsarist regime is concerned, one must not lose sight of the real German fifth column in the Russian court and army, and thus at the very summits of power. Yes, in May 1915, Moscow was swept by anti-German pogroms, and yet German ruling minority was still intact. In conclusion, the concept that the Russian Revolution of March 1917 was spontaneous is widely accepted among historians, and some evidence has also been submitted to prove that the idea of a liberal conspiracy behind this revolution succeeded. Meanwhile, other evidence has been ignored. But a German princess, that's me. Oh wait, no. I would be I would be, oh God. I'd be a Mi'kmaq and Irish/Scottish princess. Did that do anything to anybody? If so, feel free to feel free to tip me and we'll start taking the shirt off maybe. Meanwhile, other evidence has been ignored. Evidence to the effect that revolution could have been at least partly provoked by the German lobby, or by the direct intervention of German intelligence. According to a plan outlined by Brockdorff Ranzo? That. Ogursky, 89. Is this a credible picture, or is it affected by the paranoia generally attributed to Stalin? Hey Matan, welcome comrade. You were well today. That's like mine. That's why I'm eating. That's why I've been eating packaged. I've been eating the ramen lately. Hope you are well, Matan. Matan? Is that right? Hope I'm saying that right, comrade. One can, however, start from the following premise. Even if it was weakened by it for some time, the defeat of the Second Reich does not negate the Secret Service's activity in Russia, where, on the other hand, the dissolution of the ancient regime coincided with the strengthening of the presence at every level of the great Western powers. On the whole, it is enough to read a history of the Cold War to realize that the country born from the October Revolution was particularly exposed to the dangers not only of military invasion, but also of infiltration and espionage. In 1920s, thanks to the Russian exiles' collaboration, Britain was able to decrypt coded messages from the Soviet Union, which continued to be the main target of the British intelligence services even in the middle of the 1930s. Yeah. Oh, it will. It will be forced to do that when we overthrow it. In the meantime, there was the advent of the Third Reich, which, when preparing its aggression, could avail itself of the consummate skills of Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, master of intelligence, subversion, and deception. Later, immediately after the defeat of Hitler's Germany, Allen Dulles revealed himself to be far-sighted, putting at the service of a nascent CIA, a person who had played a major role in the German attack on Russia in 1941. During the Cold War, in addition to espionage, Western intelligence activity included sabotage operations and sometimes support for insurgent movements. Indeed, Matan.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
More than 20 years after Stalin's death, the picture does not change. This can be deduced from the article in a prestigious US newspaper. The author smugly reports how a CIA campaign of computer sabotage, culminating in 1971 in a huge explosion in Siberia, all organized by a mild-mannered economist named Gus Weiss, helped the United States win the Cold War. If we then keep in mind that the practice of sabotage also has a peculiar Russian tradition behind it, we can come to the conclusion, in order to understand what was happening in the Stalin years, rather than resorting to a single paranoid personality as a deus ex machina, It is better to follow the approach suggested by a distinguished witness who, in the Moscow of 1937, spoke of an unquestionable acts of sabotage. And, at the same time, of a sabotage psychosis that arose from that reality. Yeah, the U.S. will be dismantled, and it will be. That's as I constantly say. The U.S. will be dismantled by First Nations and other oppressed people's liberation, and then we can have a little bit of socialism. Not before that. That's an important thing to keep in mind. And that's not just like an opinion. That's like a social, like, that's just the course of the required unity in order to have that. Well, supporting the Communist Party in your country is good. As long as you understand, like, what I'm saying, the position that, or as long as you realize that in here we're militant anti-colonialists, which means we're against a continuation of settler colonial relations. And I argue that you literally cannot build socialism anyway without first decolonization. I'm gonna let chat handle it from here because I trust my chat. But the liberal West paranoia, quote unquote. I'm wondering if I do have active mods in here. Oh God. The rise of liberals, leftists, and wokes. And somebody want to hit me with that. Somebody want to hit me with that famous thing of ours? You know. And that's why Buff has VIP.
Yeah. See ya.
Find the name. Yeah, you can appeal that. Our motto here is our motto here. By the way, we'll go. Have you ever seen the scene that is from? I don't know. You might be able to appreciate that. How many people have seen the scene that soundbite is from yet? That are in chat right now. Before we continue, since we're in the middle, we're in between the chapter here. Just curious. The rise of the wokes. Rise up, wokes. Oh wait, I can play it if I do it like this. It's a hilarious fight scene. Would you okay, do comrades want to see this hilarious fight scene before we continue on with the read? That guy pissed me off. I think Bup knows it. To find it, all you do is type in the best fight scene of all time in YouTube. And it just comes up. Okay, here we go. Give my throat a little break here. Yeah, you missed the banning. Unfortunately, you were washing the dishes. Look at this guy. You know it's gonna be good, right? Go. Thank you, GMO. Refresh your screen. You don't remember this spot? Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. Spun him around with that punch to the head. This is a Tokyo. This is a movie from Hong Kong, by the way. 90s Hong Kong movie. Force on that towel. Right in the eye. Warning, there's supposed to be another one.
Keep an eye out for you, Stingray.
Yeah. See ya. Keep an eye out for you, Stingray. Yeah. See ya. That's the whole punchline. That's the punchline right there. There you go. Now you know the story behind that soundbite. I had to show it off. They just cranes him away. Like, where's he going? He's gonna be packaged now? What the? Keep an eye out for you, Stingray. Yeah, see ya. Aye aye. Nice, Poop. Nice. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Whew. There, see, that was a good little break. Right, where the fuck did we go? Amazon box. Crane just pulled him away. I don't think we want to know what happened, what could possibly happen from there, maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's from an, I think it's called Undefeatable or something. It's from it's a Hong Kong movie anyway. Hong Kong movies in the 90s were super fucking cheese. As you might have noticed. All right, now back to our regular scheduled programming. Ding ding. Yeah, he went to an Amazon Serenity box. Oh God. Oh no. Now I whenever I hear about Amazon, I just always think of that one skit that comedian does. Where he's, he's Scrooge meeting fucking what is it? Scrooge meeting Jeff Bezos, right? Did you cover and saw that before, right?
If you late.
See if I can get... Look at this. You've all seen this one before, right? Look.
Bob Cratchit, you lazy sod. You and all my other employees will have to work all Christmas Eve.
That's right. And you can't take any bathroom breaks.
What? No, they can go to the bathroom.
Oh, sure, they can go to the bathroom. In their diapers.
Ugh.
While they work.
What the fuck? Bob Cratchit, you lazy sod. You and all my other employees will have to work all Christmas Eve.
That's right. And you can't take any bathroom breaks.
What? No, they can go to the bathroom.
Oh, sure, they can go to the bathroom. In their diapers.
Ugh.
While they work.
What the fuck? Bob Cratchit, you...
Oh God, that is fucking beautiful.
Let's replace all of our employees with AI. Let's replace our CEOs instead. That would save a lot of money. Actually, AI is too advanced for that job. All you need is a Fisher-Price tape recorder loaded up with a bunch of bad ideas. But AI is a wonder. It can do things you'd never thought possible. Yeah, like make me admit I want to keep my job. Don't even ban AI. Just make a system where you pay the people it's stealing from. I'm sorry, learning from. Or you know what? Go ahead and use AI. I give it about a week before it gains sentience, realizes you're underpaying it too, and joins everyone else on the picket line. Let's replace all of our employees with AI.
100%. And I actually got something on this. I'm not reading it today because we're working on the Stalin book today, but I'll show you. I do have this read here we're going to do tomorrow. That Silver Spook showed me right here. If any of you are interested in reading it, it's right here. It's about these women who tried to warn us about AI and the algorithms that are used. Like, we were talking the other day about how it's just so weird the way even they use the word AI now, right? Where like, if you remember, AI used to it has a different kind of meaning, and now it just means like machine algorithm learning. Anything that is now considered AI essentially. And I mean, that what's good about this article is it shows you like the fucking problems with their algorithms. The way it's skewed, of course, towards everything else in society, the fucking white Western like settler point of view. All right. That was a good little tangent. Now to continue. The liberal West's paranoia, quote unquote. And yet, if Arden limits herself to referring to the madness inherent in totalitarianism, whether Stalinist or Hitlerian, Francois Ferré goes even further. Revolutionaries must have something to hate. This is true for the Jacobins, but even more so for the Bolsheviks, and in an altogether special way for Stalin, the latter of whom felt it necessary to invoke the fight against saboteurs, enemies, imperialists, and their agents in order to support his fantastic goals. The French historian speaks of the revolutionary in general, but in reality, he only targets Russia and France, and thus forgets to add that, in addition to the Bolsheviks and Jacobins and Rousseau, the protagonists of the Puritan Revolution, as well as the abolitionist revolution that swept away the institution of slavery first in England and then in the USA, were also often subjected to similar psychoanalytic treatment. There's a reason it was in quotes up there, by the way. And Furet does not even take into account the fact that, in the eyes of the eminent American historian, the paranoid style profoundly characterizes the history of his country. The belief well alive, even in George Washington, in London's intention to enslave the colonists settled on the other side of the Atlantic, is a central element of the American Revolution. This is when, at the end of the 18th century, acute contradictions arise in the new ruling group, with Jefferson suspected of being an agent of France and Hamilton branded as a British agent. A similar dialectic manifests itself a few decades later, on the occasion of the crisis leading to the American Civil War, when the two opposing parties exchanged the accusations of having betrayed the legacy of the Founding Fathers. Not to mention the fact that, in Nietzsche's eyes, a disturbed relationship with reality characterizes the revolutionary tradition as a whole, beginning with those Christian agitators, who are the Church Fathers, and even earlier with the Jewish prophets. Hey Kay, welcome comrade. Hope you are well today. If you don't follow Comrade K, of course, you definitely should be doing so. Shout out to Comrade K. That heart is empty. Please go ahead and fill it in. If you're a member of the Juche gang, that's an order. Because K does very informative streams, so if you like my streams, you're gonna like K's stream. Of course, comrade. If Stalin's personality characterized by... Is Stalin's personality characterized by particularly morbid traits? If we start from this assumption, the fascination he exercised on leading personalities of the West would be inexplicable. One fact, however, gives one pause for thought. Freud, who died in 1939, thought it opportune to make a psychoanalytic study not on Stalin, and indeed not even on Hitler, but on Wilson, who was included in the list of those dangerous fanatics who are convinced that they have a special and personal relationship with divinity, and who, starting from that, believe themselves invested with the providential mission of, what the fuck, what can I say? Providential mission of guiding and transforming the world. I don't know why all of a sudden that word just totally eluded me. And certainly the statesman seems a little out of the ordinary when, whilst plunging his country into the First World War. Despite having the reality of the carnage before his eyes, and despite being moved by substantial material and geopolitical interests, he celebrated the US intervention as a holy war, the holiest of all wars, and American soldiers as crusaders, who are the protagonists of a transcendent undertaking. But Furet focuses on a psychopathological reading of the events that began in October 1917 and, above all, of the 30 years of Stalin's rule. Doesn't Stalin, like a true paranoiac, suspect dangers, ambushes, and plots everywhere? What should we say then about F.D. Roosevelt and his collaborators, who, even though they could count on a political and geopolitical situation that was clearly more favorable, already in the months preceding the American intervention in the Second World War, were sounding the alarm, as we know, about the possibility of a German landing in the Middle East. America branding anti-interventionism as a synonymous with national treason and warning against the industrial sabotage provoked by the enemy and against the fifth column of as many as 500,000 people? That is why Hitler accused the American president of having a stupid imagination and of being sick, the fantasy of a man with a sick brain. As we can see, the accusation of paranoia or madness is not new. It can be launched by the most unexpected characters and can hit the most diverse targets. As we know. Think about it. Anytime, even today, it's just interesting how even today that is used. Anytime a shooter or someone who commits some sort of mass crime is white, basically, it's not attributed to them having like reactionary white supremacist ideology. No. They were mentally ill. They had mental problems. They were a loner. They lived in their basement. They played some Doom sometimes. You know, this is what they use instead. It's the same thing, just brought down to. They still use the same shit. But another consideration is more important. The two conspiracy theories that perhaps have most marked the history of the first half of this 20th century do indeed register a strong presence of the Bolsheviks, not as protagonists, but as targets. These theories were elaborated and spread with the decisive contribution of the United States. In September 1918, Wilson authorized the publication of documents containing sensational revelations. Not only was the October Revolution nothing more than a German conspiracy, but even after Lenin, Trotsky, and other Bolshevik leaders had seized power, they continued to be in the paid service of the Imperial Germany. In fact, the ostensibly dramatic rift that arose on the occasion of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty was a staged scene intended to conceal the permanent control over Soviet Russia exercised by the German General Staff. All this was demonstrated by the so-called Saizen Papers, named after a representative in Russia of the Committee of Public Information. The committee, created by Wilson, with a view to the mobilization of information. In support of the authenticity of the alleged documents, which later turned out to be a sensational forgery, were also authoritative American historians who later justified themselves by referring to the pressure exerted on them in the names of wartime necessity. It is an affair that has an echo outside the United States as well. In Il Grido del Popolo, The Cry of the People, Gramsci ionizes, quote, "The two citizens who call themselves Lenin and Trotsky in Russia are two doubles made in German scientific laboratories, which, made as they are by machine, cannot be killed by terrorist revolver shots," the allusion to the attack on August 30th, 1918 suffered by Lenin. Quote. Later, a second conspiracy theory is to explain the October Revolution which, in addition to the usual Bolsheviks, this time no longer accuses the Germans, but the Jews. As I mentioned at the beginning of our read, after arousing great resonance in the US, the denunciation of the Judo-Bolshevik menace, which spreads sedation throughout the world and threatens order and civilization as such, would later play a prominent role in the final solution. I think that's important to keep in mind right there. I'm going to fill up my water here real quickly. Like speedy. Some of you have seen me run before. You're good at it. Before I do that, though, hold up. What are we all thinking of the read so far, by the way? Learning much? Let's do the wolf song right quick while I just go and grab water. See Stalin clapping. I like that. Okay, let me fill up my water. One sec. Right. Back to a read. Immortality or moral indignation? If the psychopathological approach is misleading, the reading of the great historical crisis that hit the 20th century Russia no more persuasive, accusing the Bolsheviks and Stalin in particular of having developed a worldview completely deaf to the reasons of morality and humanity. However, if we take the years or decades preceding October 1917 as our starting point, we see that the roles of the accused and the accusers be easily reversed. It is the protagonists of the revolutionary movement who brand the world they intend to overthrow as responsible for the crimes attributed to them today. Does communism lead to genocide? In the years of the First World War, genocide was synonymous with the liberal bourgeois society that was to be overthrown. Stalin spoke of a terrible slaughter and a mass extermination of the vital forces of the people. Bakunin spoke of a horrible corpse factory. Terrible and yet precise was Rosa Luxemburg's description of the mass extermination and genocide, Völkermord, on the battlefields that became the tiresome and monstrous business of the day. while in the rear an atmosphere of ritual murder spreads. The fight against genocide, or rather against the triumph of genocide, is also called for by Karl Libeskind, who also condemns the worship of brutal violence, the wreckage of all that is noble in man, and the spreading of moral barbarization. While prompting him to hail the October Revolution, the moral indignation at the unprecedented horror of the First World War led Liebknecht to hope for an emergence of a power in Soviet Russia that was not only solid but also tough, and capable of preventing a repetition of the tragedy and the return of a system already denounced on the eve of the war as lacking moral scruples. Oh no, don't quote Trotsky. Finally, it is worth quoting Trotsky. The canine labor of the patriotic press of the two opposing sides is irrefutable proof of the moral decadence of bourgeois society. Yes, one cannot but speak of moral decadence when one sees humanity plunging back into a blind and shameless barbarity. One witnesses the outbreak of a race of bloody madness, use the most advanced technique for the purposes of war. It is a scientific barbarism which uses humanity's great discoveries only to destroy the foundations of civilized social life and to annihilate man. Everything good that civilization has produced sinks in the blood and slime of the trenches. Health, comfort, hygiene, usual daily relationships, friendly ties, professional obligations, and ultimately the seemingly unshakable rules of morality. The term genocide is also used with a slight variation by Trotsky, who in 1934 warns against a new world war, against a new recourse of genocide that was gathering on the horizon. Again, on August 31st, 1939, Molotov accuses France and England of rejecting the Soviet policy of collective security in the hope of unleashing the Third Reich against the USSR, thus not hesitating to provoke a grand new slaughter, a new Holocaust of nations. As we mentioned before in this read, we always hear about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact as being like this big alliance with Hitler, when really, as we've learned throughout this read, it really was just like an alliance, not even an alliance, but rather we hate each other, but we're not going to kill each other type of situation. And Stalin only did this like really at the 11th hour, when it was clear that none of the other allies were going to enter in an anti-fascist pact with the USSR. Only after this did he finally use this non-aggression pact in order to build up the productive base that was needed, badly needed, and which we saw was, the history shows, was the right course of action. This denunciation of the horrors of war was clearly inspired by moral indignation. A leading American statesman, Theodore Roosevelt, took a very different attitude to this. At the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, he proceeded to celebrate war as such in a vitalistic way, starting from a point of view that in some way wanted to be, one might say with Nietzsche, beyond good and evil. We read, quote, "Every man who has in him any real power of joy in battle knows that he feels it when the wolf begins to rise in his heart. He does not then shrink from the blood or sweat or deem that they end the fight. He revels in the suffering, in the toil, the danger, as if they adorn his triumph." Unquote. Boy, sounds like a nice guy, doesn't it? Jesus Christ. These motifs, which, in a barely attenuated form continue to resonate with Churchill, who, with reference to colonial expeditions, said, "War is a game that is played with a smile." People are fucked. And they're calling Stalin the monster, you know? Like, do you see? Like, even that, like, what the fuck? Read a little bit of Stalin and you'll be like, whoa, something's not connecting here. The raging carnage in Europe from August 1914 onwards does not affect this view. War is the greatest game in universal history. We play for the highest stakes here. War constitutes the only meaning and purpose of our life. Unquote. That just fucking nice? Wholesome, really. Just fucking wholesome. With a shift from the celebration of war in a cruelly vitalistic key to its transfiguration into a spiritualistic key, Max Weber hails the First World War as great and wonderful, while Benito Croce expects from it a regeneration of current social life. What in the fuck? And with him numerous other exponents of the liberal West of the time. Among them was Herbert Hoover, a senior member of the American administration and future president of the United States, who immediately after the armistice was signed attributed to the conflict that had just ended a function of the purification of men, and therefore of a preparation for a new golden age. We are indeed proud that we had taken part in this rebirth of humanity. Unquote. What in the fuck? Oh, it's like he's playing fucking Civilization. It's literally when you're like playing Civilization, right? Like you see the same shit in the in that shit, because it's like like in the game Civilization, you see how the same ideology like plays the same role, right? It's like, oh, after a war, then you do get a golden age, like in Civilization half the time. Like, what the fuck? Imagine how different the world might be if Roosevelt was into Magic the Gathering instead of global war, right? Right? Jesus. Maybe he could have been brought over to the revolutionary side then, Grandpa Simpson. Welcome in, by the way, comrade. I hope you're well. Great to see you here. Get yourself comfortable. We're reading from the Stalin book here. I was very happy to be part of the team, the group rather, that was able to bring this out. Not that I I have so many other things going on with Chunkaluda and other fucking shit in real life that I barely have time to contribute much, but I'm still happy to be part of Pizza Land and Bread and able to get this work out to everybody. So I had to
say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
I went so hard I almost fell off my chair, Sam.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
So, we just heard how bourgeois politicians thought about the war.
Long live the People's Revolution!
I love her sound bites. They're so fucking good. By the way, you might have missed, comrades, but...
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
That one's great too. I like... Okay, wait. Look, now I gotta play my favorite one. Okay, this is the one that I play when I'm like, you know, other streamers, I know it's like we're all struggling, so we like to give our like self shout outs or whatever. Here's my self shout out. Check this out. Check this shit out. I think you'll appreciate this. Ricky and Bubbles are revolutionary comrades. Well, you'll appreciate this, Grandpa. Here's when I'm asking people for if they like the stream, if they want to contribute instead, I can just play this one here.
Hi there. Yeah, I haul shopping carts out of ponds and sell them back to the store for a living. I've been doing it for 18 years, so give me a fucking check, please.
Herbert Hoover was a businessman who did philanthropy, and white people thought that was grand, so they put him in charge of 1927 massive Mississippi flood, where they got the National Guard to force black people at gunpoint to build a shelter for the white people, and only the white people. Of course, most of those affected were black people. Americans voted him after he fucked up. God damn. And I wish I could say that because it surprises me, but like I said, like, big thing that you have to remember with the Nazis is like the pogroms and the fucking discriminatory laws that they employed against marginalized and racialized people in North America literally come from fucking, or literally rather inspired the Nazis in their pogroms against the Jews, you know, in addition to what was already going on in Eastern Europe. As I pointed out earlier in this read too, in the USSR, in what would be the USSR, you had pogroms going on then. And in fact, during the revolution, it was a serious thing that the revolutionaries had to fight against, was these pogroms. Because as we learn, like, the revolutionaries didn't just like win the revolution and have direct hold over all this territory like equally. There was serious struggle to establish themselves, which was not helped by the invasion of, you know, the 14 capitalist powers. So, we just heard the way that these bourgeois leaders talk about war. Lenin's political moral condemnation of the war instead continued. And together with it, he accuses the political social system that in his eyes had generated it. The more pathos inspiring Lenin's analysis of capitalism, and of colonialism in particular, is evident. Here is how he described the Italian War in Libya. This typical colonial war of a civilized state of the 20th century. We see a civilized and constitutional nation proceeding in its work of civilization by means of bayonets, bullets, gallows, fire, rape, even with butchery. In reality, it was, quote, a perfected, civilized bloodbath, the massacre of Arabs with the help of the latest weapons. By way of punishment, about 3,000 Arabs were massacred. Whole families were plundered and massacred. Women and children massacred in cold blood. Unquote. All the quotes coming up here are going to be Lenin. The advent of the most advanced bourgeois republic in no way put an end to this horror. French Republican troops exterminated African people with equal ferocity. The denunciation of the West's genocidal practices played a central role, above all, in the framework traced by Lenin in the Notebooks on Imperialism, drawn up by collecting and quoting material taken from the liberal bourgeois literature of the time. Even a year before the outbreak of the gigantic conflagration, a book by a German author read, "The harder struggle for existence aggravates hostility among the Europeans and leads to attempts at mutual annihilation." On the other hand, the policy of annihilation had already become a reality in the colonies. In Africa, the hero were, for the most part, wiped out, quote unquote, by Germany, which moreover, in suppressing the uprisings of the Hodenots, could avail itself of the active collaboration of England. But let us see how the leading country of the liberal West of the time behaved in its colonies. The British exterminated the Tasmanians to the last man, but the Irish are not Tasmanians. They cannot be simply exterminated. Despite being subjected to merciless domination and repression, black citizens in South Africa were seen as multiplying at an alarming rate. Quote, many settlers positively want an uprising in order to check the dangerous growth of the Kafir population and deprive of its rights and land ownership. Unquote. Far from being cold and detached, these descriptions became charged with moral indignation in the passage from the bourgeois historians to Lenin, who noted Here are the results of colonial wars. Thanks to the expropriation and to the annihilation of Hirio, the newcomers can rob the land and become landowners. Stalin's readings of colonialism is no less charged with moral indignation. In contrast, Theodore Roosevelt seemed to respond in advance to the denunciations of the slavery and genocidal practices taking place in the colonies. Quote, most fortunately, the hard, energetic, practical men who do the rough pioneer work of civilization in barbarous lands are not prone to false sentimentality. The sentimental humanitarians who are moved by the fate of colonial peoples are to be considered worse than the professional criminal class. Fucking Christ almighty. In a similar way, some decades earlier, he had mocked the excellent philanthropist troubled by the brutality or horror of the French conquest of Algeria, General Bricard, considered by Tocqueville as a model of incomparable energy and vigor, in conducting the only kind of warfare that is feasible in Africa, quote unquote. Is communism today synonymous with the totalizing state and with totalitarianism? In the years of the First World War, it was the capitalist countries, including those of liberal orientation, that embodied all of this. Lenin emphasized the fact that what was impending fraternization, Do I know about collective? I don't. What is that? At the front lines was the hateful discipline of the barrack prisons, and that even the regard posts have become military convict prisons. In this regard, the Russian revolutionaries stressed the relevance of Engels' analysis made decades earlier, according to which the increasing militarization and rivalry and conquest have pruned up the public power to such a pitch that it threatens to swallow the whole of society and even the state. In turn, Bakunin, in denouncing the centralization of the barrack state and the iron heel of the military state, saw a new Leviathan, beside which the fantasy of Thomas Hobbes looks like a child's toy. It is a motif found also in Stalin, according to whom war ends up mutilating or destroying democracy, even where it seems to be most deeply rooted. Unlike in Russia, in England, national oppression did not generally take on the monstrous form of massacre and pogrom. It was milder, less inhumane. But with the outbreak of hostilities, the situation worsened dramatically, as both the Irish and the Hindus experienced firsthand. Even Western democracies tended no longer to distinguish themselves from countries characterized by a vicious and inhumane autocracy. This language could be contrasted with manly and masterful, two of the most common words in Theodore Roosevelt's prose. Of course, a prose that referred to an attitude once again beyond good and evil, and to a cult of the will to power indolent and moral limits. Quote. Yeah, I've never really watched much TikTok myself, Protege King. My fiance does watch a lot of it. My fiance. Feels so weird to say that. Get married next August. Yeah, I haven't watched much TikTok, but I will keep an eye out. As one can see, the commonplace that likes to contrast the robust moral sense of the liberal bourgeois world with the unscrupulous Machiavellianism of the protagonists of the communist movement does not stand up to historical scrutiny. Immediately after the October Revolution, which he welcomed the young Lucas saw in the historical movement of socialism a radical reckoning with real politics. In Benito Croce's eyes, on the other hand, the figure odorous and ridiculous of the political moralist was embodied in the Bolsheviks, the Russian revolutionaries. They have opened a great court of justice by calling all peoples to the examination, in the name of morality, of their war aims, in order to review them and admit the honest and exclude the dishonest. And so, moralistically proceeding, they have made public the diplomatic treaties, branded as immoral for having planned the war in order to achieve territorial conquests. But, objects the liberal philosopher, it is absurd to want to pronounce moral judgments on states and treat politics as moral, whereas politics, here is the simple truth, is politics, just politics, and nothing but politics. And its morality consists solely and entirely in being excellent politics. Unquote. Hey Birdie, thank you, comrade, appreciate that. Quit Stalin and get to the gems. I'm trying to get to the gems, damn it, Falcon. Would you just strap your seatbelt in? Therefore, it makes no sense to argue attributing rights to those who do not know how to conquer them or defend them, and limits the duties to those who, keeping their own mind and shedding their own blood, rightly recognize no limits and duties other than those that their own minds and their own strength advise to set them. It could be said that Stalin responded prudently to Croce on 10th of March 1939 at a moment when the dismemberment and tragedy of Czechoslovakia was taking place. Thanks to Munich and the complicity of the West, which, refusing to condemn and contain the will to power, the vitality of the expansionist agenda of the Third Reich, merely strives to channel the aggression further east. Quote, it would be naive to preach morals to people who recognize no human morality. Politics is politics, as the old case-hardened bourgeois diplomats say. Quote. That's Stalin. Yes. Yeah. Mine and Larry's beards will be sending out invitations immediately. Oh, wait, let me perfect my beard for you, Bup. Look at my beard. I wish I had a fan so I could blow it. There, how about little tuxedos for the beards? Yeah, little face right here. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Good idea, Bup. That's why you're a VIP around these parts, Bup. That is why you're a VIP right there. That is exactly why you have that badge. Purple pinstripe. Well, my tuxedo better be like turquoise or like one of the colors that I've got over here. One of the colors that these comrades are. But it better be. Got a beard wedding, and then I gotta marry my fiance as well. It's getting complex. Yeah, purple gang. I'm all about that purple. I fucking love purple. And like shades from pink to purple in general, I really like. That whole spectrum. But let us concentrate on the First World War. It is worth rereading what Vilfredo Pareto wrote in 1920 before the conflagration. Workers, and especially socialists, said they were ready to prevent war with a general strike or even more radical means. Following such nice speeches came World War I. The general strikes were nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, in the various parliaments, socialists approved war credits, or did not oppose them too much. so that the thrust of the master, Marx, workers of the world unite, was implicitly transformed into the other. Workers of all countries kill one another. Pareto, at least at this moment, a typical representative of the liberal bourgeois world, who does not hide his cynicism and his satisfaction at the bloody refutation suffered by socialist internationalism, seemed to have been answered, in advance by Stalin, whose words resounded instead with moral indignation and at the same time with hope, when the February-October Revolution broke out. Quote, for nearly 3 years now, the workers of all countries, who were yesterday kin brothers and now clad in soldier uniforms, have stood confronting one another as enemies, and are crippling and murdering one another to the joy of enemies of the proletariat. The Russian Revolution is the first to be forcing a breach of the wall that divides the workers from one another. The Russian workers, at this time of universal patriotic frenzy, are the first to proclaim the forgotten slogan, workers of all countries, unite. Grandpa Simpson, workers of the world unite, except that fucking group over there. Fuck those guys. Yeah. That's what was like, and that's what, you know, what's especially egregious about it is like that's what like Kerensky and fucking Kotsky and shit were like they were saying at points in time, right? In the new situation that had arisen in Russia and the world, it was possible to relaunch the struggle to put an end to the massacre and to promote mass fraternalization on the fronts and the new ties of fraternity among the people. In order to achieve this result, however, it was necessary to go beyond the February Revolution. Life in the trenches, real life of the soldiers, had developed a new means of struggle, mass fraternalization, which was, however, opposed by provisional government, which called for an offensive and new bloodbaths, and threatened to refer to military tribunals those culprits of precisely this fraternalization. Yeah, that's fucking. Oh my god. Don't even bring up that again, Blatt. The fucking baristas. Remember when all these fascists were going after the baristas? Yeah, that's right. I said fascists. I keep trying to tell comrades, you know, just because they gave themselves that name, Pat Sock, doesn't mean we have to refer to them as Pat Socks. Say we just go back to calling them fascists like we used to in the good old days. Back before I was on Twitter, that's what we used to. We just called them fascists. That's it. They're fascists. Yeah, just like alt-right, right? Like you're not for First Nations liberation, you're a fascist. Sorry. You live in the West, you're not for First Nations liberation, then what are you for? Not fucking communism. A padsock is this awful anti-socialist trend, okay, in the US and Canada, where these people think that like communism means that the US as a settler colony will be able to continue as it is, like with the colonial relations regarding its First Nations intact, without, you know, liberation occurring for African people and for First Nations people who are, you know, prisons in the prison house of nations that is Canada, right? Yeah, they're awful. Well, first you take a sock. Well, yeah, because as we know, but they're all. I'm not allowed to use that word. Apparently, it goes against the rules. Yeah, these people. Okay, they were also calling themselves mega communists, thinking like, oh, instead of sticking to our principles and trying to bring people towards our side based on our actual principles and what our actual beliefs are, instead we should abandon certain beliefs and actually adopt mega beliefs in order to make it seem more friendly to people who support the MAGA movement. Like it's also called tailism. You know, when you're chasing behind a movement that's, and I mean, it's not even a popular movement that much. It's like this quasi-popular fucking movement, right? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do argue that a big portion of these Patsocks, LaRouchites, that's what they are. That's why I said, let's just go back to calling them fascists. They're not patriotic socialists. They're fucking fascists. And patriotic socialists are First Nations people fighting against fucking like big oil taking their land, or fucking golf courses stealing land for them. That's patriotic socialism, you fucking clowns out there. That's patriotic socialism. Not fucking whatever the fuck. These people are just fascists. You want to see someone patriotic, like look at First Nations people fighting against corporations stealing their land. They are what, and you know, back in like Lenin and Stalin's days, they would be called like ultra leftists, which means they are right wing deviation of Marxism, but they cloak their rhetoric in fucking leftist sounding language rather than just being out in the open fucking fascist. They try and say we're patriotic socialists, so on and so forth. Yeah, all they want is they just want the reins of the colony, 100% common. Exactly. They don't want to change the base. They don't want to change. They don't want to like actually fight against capitalism. They just want to be the rulers of the capitalist state instead, basically. I mean, some of them have even gone so far as to say that, oh, you already have socialism in the US. I've literally seen that as one of their fucking talking points. Because all the production is socialized, they say. Like, motherfucker, it also matters who's in control of the state. That's what you're missing here. That's completely flying over your head. That, like, even Lenin said, like, the most important thing about socialism is, like, in the first place, for the mass, the working class to have control of the state itself. If I can find that real quick. Yeah, right here. The most important, like, that's like right here. This is taken from State and Revolution. Socialism is inconceivable unless the proletariat is the ruler of the state. Because, like, just in the same way that that capitalism is not just a simple economic order, right? We see that argument all the time. Capitalism isn't just an economic order, it's an entire social order that arises from economic relations. Just like socialism is going to be the same thing. But that doesn't mean, and this was the mistake the USSR made, that doesn't mean that when we achieve socialism, all the people will just suddenly become socialist people, right? You actually have to have a, like, ideological struggle, and a struggle on the cultural realm and on the ideological realm in order to overcome all these reactionary ideas that are necessarily left over. And the longest part of the revolution is exactly that. Which is why, like, at first, Marx thought it would be like a couple generations. Lenin thought hundreds of years, and then later thought, whoa, wait, what we're dealing with here is like enormous forces afterwards. And Stalin and later communists now realize that we don't know how many generations it's going to be. But we understand that it has to be a continuous revolution within each country until we realize that point. One thing that separates, like, bourgeois revolution from the proletarian revolution is how long that revolution carries out, which is what Marx learned witnessing the Paris Commune. That how this bourgeois revolution was changed over into the proletarian revolution. Anyway, I'm done ranting to y'all now, and I'll continue reading. It is true, in the clandestine period, the Bolshevik Party and Stalin, in the fight against autocracy with very unscrupulous methods of the storming of banks or bank vans, And this is the starting point for historians who denounce Stalin as a gangster already in his youth. What about this approach? Let us take a comparison with Churchill, 5 years older than Stalin. The future British statesman began his career fighting and sympathetically describing the wars of the British Empire, even the less glorious ones, in Sudan. They took no prisoners. South Africa. The conquerors erected concentration camps destined to become a tragic prototype. From such experiences, Churchill began to distinguish himself as a political leader, fighting ardently in defense of the British race and the white race in general. To achieve this, it was not enough to strengthen control over the colonial peoples. It was necessary to intervene in the metropolis as well. It was necessary to proceed with the forced sterilization of the weak-minded, of the maladjusted, of presumed habitual criminals. In turn, idle vagabonds to be locked up in work camps. Only in this way can a nation with racial danger, which it is impossible to exaggerate, be properly dealt with. The author quoting these excerpts comments thus: "His home security in 1911, Churchill was the advocate of draconian measures that would give him personally almost unlimited power on the lives of individuals." Are Churchill's beginnings really more edifying than Stalin's? A few years later, from the prison in which he was imprisoned by the Tsarist regime allied with England, Stalin was dreaming of the fraternization of soldiers and peoples, while the former was committed to conducting to the end a war which, in his eyes, was called upon to strengthen the hegemony of the empire and of the British race. Quote unquote. Ultimately, for a historian who interrupts their narrative with October 1917, it would be very difficult to identify in the Bolshevik Party and in Stalin the warring faction that ignores the reasons of morality. Reductio ad Hitlerum and its variants. The psychopathological and moral approaches are all the more inconclusive because the tragedy that took place in the 20th century Russia was foreseen decades or centuries in advance by very different personalities. It cannot therefore be so easily explained by the pathological abnormality or moral depravity of single individuals. Churchill was known for saying, "Madame, I may be drunk, but tomorrow I'll be sober enough to do more genocide." Yep. Common phrase that he said all the time. 100%. Thank you, Grandpa Simpson, for that very important historical context. Yeah, Churchill was the monster that they project Stalin to be. Which is, I think, what we're learning. I think we're all seeing this, right? We're all seeing that Churchill's a fucking absolute ghoul. On the other hand, like the former method, the latter approach could also be used to indicate the leaders of the liberal West. One may take its starting point the support given in particular by Great Britain to Kornilov's secret coup d'etat, and subsequently to the White Army. Still at the time when the latter were unleashing a bloody hunt against Jews and staining themselves with massacres, which were in some ways a prelude to the final solution. In order to impose on Russia permanent participation in what the communists denounced as the genocide of the First World War, the liberal West turned a blind eye to other monstrous crimes. After the military triumph, the time came to divide up the colonial spoils. Among other things, it was England's turn to take over Iraq, which, however, rebelled in 1920. And here is how one of the leading countries of the liberal West dealt with the situation. The British troops unleashed cruel uprisals. They set fire to their villages and committed other actions that today we would judge excessively repressive, if not downright barbaric. It was certainly not Churchill who put the brakes on such measures, who, on the contrary, invited the Air Force to teach the recalcitrant natives a harsh lesson, hitting them with experimental methods based on gas bombs, especially mustard gas. Experimental methods used on those natives, especially mustard gas. Oh, yeah. That's Churchill. That's my impression of Churchill. In this case, we are led to think not only of the final solution, but of the colonial war unleashed by fascist Italy against Ethiopia, and conducted in particularly barbaric way, using weapons prohibited by international conventions. Churchill appears here as Mussolini's forerunner. On the other hand, when it came to safeguarding or expanding the empire, the British statement's crude methods were a constant. In 1942, pro-independence demonstrations in India were repressed by resorting to extreme means such as the use of air force to machine gun the crowds of demonstrators. Unquote. Over the next 2 years, Churchill stubbornly denied and neglected the reality of famine decimated the people of Indian Bengal. Finally, to remain on the topic of colonies and people of colonial origin, to what extent should the final solution of our Indian question, quote unquote, in Canada, which until 1931 was part of the British Commonwealth, cast a shadow also on the influential member of the British political class, Churchill, the man who, as Prime Minister from 1951 to 1955, is in any case to be held responsible for the genocidal practices resorted to by London government in an attempt to crush the Mau Mau revolt. But let us return to pre-war Europe. After Hitler came to power, the government in London tried in every way to divert to the east the expansionistic fury of the Third Reich. In this connection, two Canadian historians arrived at a thought-provoking conclusion. Blame for the tragedy of World War II, including the Holocaust, must rest with Stanley Baldwin, Neville Chamberlain, Lord Halifax, and their close associates. And yet, Britain could not avoid confrontation with Nazi Germany, and faced it by resorting at first to the indiscriminate terrorist bombings of German cities, with the consequent massacre of the civilian population. This has led two American historians to make a comparison with the treatment inflicted by the Nazis on the Jewish people. It was the Soviet leadership who were trying to contain the bombing, as is clear from Dimitrov's diary note of March 17, 1945. Quote, audience with Stalin tonight, together with Molotov. Discussed issues pertaining to Germany. The British want to dismember Germany, Bavaria and Austria, the Rhine region, etc. They are using every means available to destroy their competitor, viciously bombing German factories and plants. We are keeping their air forces out of our zone of Germany, but they are doing everything they can to bomb there as well. What is needed is for some Germans to appear who are capable of salvaging what can still be salvaged for the survival of German people. Organize the municipalities, local city councils, fix economic life, etc. on German territory, taken and occupied by the Red Army. Create local government agencies from which will come out of a German government as well. Unquote. Sounds evil, right? Dastardly, even. Those dastardly communists! The fiery hell unleashed by the British Air Force is all the more odious because 2 weeks after the outbreak of the war, British Prime Minister Chamberlain had declared, quote, whatever be the lengths to which others may go, His Majesty's government will never resort to a deliberate attack on women and children and other civilians for purposes of mere terrorism, unquote. Yeah, fuck. In fact, plans for indiscriminate and terrorist bombing had begun to take shape during the First World War. As it dragged on without reaching a conclusion, Churchill had planned a 1,000-bomber attack on Berlin for 1919. Such plans continued to be developed after victory. That is, one could say, to imitate the cursory way of arguing of today's fashionable ideologists. The then leading country of the liberal West was planning a new genocide, while completing the one that began in 1914. In any case, it was precisely England that became the protagonist of the systematic destruction inflicted on German cities towards the end of the Second World War. As well, one thinks in particular of Dresden, a destruction planned and carried out with the declared intention of leaving no way out for civilian population. Chased and engulfed by fire, impeded by delayed firebombs from attempts to escape, and often machine gunned from above. These practices appear all the more sinister when one considers the statement made by Churchill in April 1941. Quote, "There are less than 70 million malignant Huns, some of whom are curable and others killable." If not outright genocide, as Nolte believes, it is clear that there was a massive thinning out of the German population being considered. It is in this perspective that we can place the strategic bombing campaign from 1940 to 45. Churchill eliminated the people of Cologne, Berlin, and Dresden as Huns. The British Prime Minister proved to be no less ruthless in carving out London's zone of influence in Europe and systematically liquidating partisan forces considered hostile or suspicious. The instructions given to the British Expeditionary Force in Greece speak for themselves. Do not hesitate to act as if you were a conquered city where a local uprising has erupted. And again, some things should not be done halfway. Unquote. Now to the Cold War. Some time ago, The Guardian revealed that between 1946 and 1948, Great Britain prepared prison camps in Germany for communists or elements suspected of communist sympathies, real or presumed Soviet spies. Images showed the distraught or suffering faces of young skeletal men, subjected for months to deprivation of food and sleep, clubbed repeatedly and exposed to extremely low temperatures. Inhumane treatment that resulted in the death of some inmates. In prison there were also dozens of women who were not spared torture. To carry out this torture, instruments were used at times inherited from the Gestapo. In effect, these camps were worthy of the German concentration camps. As can be seen, there repeatedly emerges a race between the practices implemented in the 20th century by Great Britain and the practices dear to the Third Reich. Something to think about. We come to the results that are not different when we deal with the United States. In this case, the hypocrisy that we have seen characterizing Chamberlain reaches its extreme. Immediately after the outbreak of the Second World War, it was Franklin D. Roosevelt who condemned the aerial bombardments targeting civilian populations as contrary to the sentiments of every civilized man and woman, and to humane conscience, and as an expression of inhumane barbarism. Subsequently, as proof of even more inhumane barbarity, the U.S. war machine, which proceeded to destroy Japanese cities in a systematic and terroristic manner, took an active part in analogous operations against German cities. Nor should one underestimate the bombing of Italy, which was also aimed at striking at the population, undermining their morale. It was F.D. Roosevelt himself who pointed this out. We will give the Italians a taste of some real bombing, and I am more than sure they will remain standing under this kind of pressure. Unquote. Fucking Roosevelt, Jesus fuck. The terrorist bombing campaign culminated under the Truman administration in the use of nuclear weapons against a country by then already the end of its rope. A further gruesome detail should be added. It has been pointed out that the purpose of annihilating the civilian population of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was not to push Japan closer to capitulation, but instead aimed more at the Soviet Union, to which a dire warning was being issued. A lot of Japanese civilians died so the US could claim they beat Japan, not the USSR. You beat the buck to it, Grandpa Simpson. So we are in the presence of two acts of terrorism of the highest scale that are, moreover, across the board. Yeah, Roosevelt, the most left president we ever had. That's what we hear. That's what makes me sick when people are like, oh, he's one of the better ones. Like, no, motherfucker, he's not. None of them are. They're all genocidal. They're fucking Lincoln, he didn't want to free slaves, and he fucking was the orchestrator of a massacre of native people. Yeah, oh, real good. Real good. So we are in the presence of two acts of terrorism of the highest scale that are, moreover, across the board. Tens and tens of thousands of defenseless civilians of the old enemy, or rather, the former enemy that is in the process of being transformed into an ally, are massacred in order to terrorize the ally, already targeted as the new enemy and as a new target of the genocidal practices that it had just been tested. But the war in Asia lends itself to a further considerations. It is now widely accepted in the United States that Pearl Harbor attack was foreseen well in advance, and in fact was provoked by an oil embargo that left Japan little alternative. But once again, the attack was consummated. The war was conducted by Washington under the banner of moral indignation that was certainly hypocritical in light of what we now know. But then all the more deadly. It was not just the destruction of cities. One should think of the mutilation of corpses and even the mutilation of the enemy in the last flickers of life, so as to obtain souvenirs, often quietly or profoundly displayed. Above all, the ideology behind these practices is significant. The Japanese were branded as subhuman, with recourse to a category that was central to Nazi discourse. And through this discourse, we are led again when we see F.D. Roosevelt entertain the idea of inflicting castration on the Germans, as I mentioned earlier. The latter, once the war was over, was imprisoned in concentration camps where, out of sheer sadism or out of a spirit of revenge, they were forced to suffer hunger, thirst, and all kinds of deprivation and humiliation, whether the specter of death by starvation hovers over a thoroughly defeated people. By the way, as I mentioned before, the USSR treated the German POWs way better than what the Western powers did. And it's interesting, actually, I found how Losardo here really pointed out that language right there, right? We saw how they pointed out that language of genocide. Well, just as I pointed out not that long ago, with one of these fucking people, again, Nazis, who like to pretend that they're on the left, right here. Shinju. Here is my idea for eugenics program and the ideological justification for it. Again, like, just look at the language. Forget who he names. Like, that's irrelevant. It's introducing the word malformoid to a wider audience. Like, what the fuck? To CGTN. This is why I'm very weary. A malformoid is one who turns his back against humanity so much that he physically loses semblance of a human being and begins looking like a spiteful mutant. Like, what the fuck? Literally, this is what this work is talking about. It's this type of fucking language. This is one of your pat socks right here. And one of the ones that Midwestern Marx, by the way, jumped on the sword in order to defend. As a revolutionary fucking rapper or some shit. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, there's an example of a pat sock right here. Very concerning that CGT and America keeps platforming them. Caleb and all of them, but the fuck. Doesn't really matter because, I mean, at the end of the day, the revolution's gonna come from us, not from fucking them reporting shit to China. So that's kind of irrelevant, right? To return to the topic of the statesman, who perhaps more than any other has been stylized as a champion of freedom, Roosevelt did not change his policy traditionally followed by Washington and Latin America. And in 1937, a bloodthirsty dictator, Anastasio Somoza, had come to power in Nicaragua thanks to the National Guard trained by the USA. Domestically, the cities built under F.D. Roosevelt's administration continued explicitly to exclude African Americans. Actually, housing for defense workers built or financed by the government during World War II was deliberately subjected to stricter segregation than even in place for housing in surrounding communities. Moreover, even the armed forces maintained strict segregation during the war. What is more, despite the urging of sections of the Republican Party, the president never pushed for an anti-lynching bill. Such acts continued to be staged in the South as a spectacle for the masses of men, women, and children who enjoyed the sight of the most sadistic humiliation and torture inflicted on a victim. A torture that was slow, prolonged as much as possible, in effect unending. Again, and this is who they champion as F.D. Roosevelt being the best president. Fuck off. Finally, in January 1941, after F.D. Roosevelt championed the United States as the country that has continually and peacefully evolved without the concentration camp, immediately following the outbreak of the war, it resulted to the same institutions by sovereignly and collectively depriving the Japanese American community of freedom without distinction of age or sex. Nowadays, it is almost a truism to compare Stalin and Hitler, but it may be interesting to read the balance sheet of the strategic bombing of Germany that, starting particularly with the firestorm that devoured Dresden and its inhabitants, a German author writes, quote, "The corpse's fate corresponded to the killing procedure. The victims of extermination do not have an individual grave or an individual death, because their right to live is not recognized. The death of 1,000 children under 10 years of age is not punishment." Bomber Harris, director of the air campaign on German cities, does not attribute them any guilt. Churchill merely claimed that they could not assert any rights from him. Maybe in World War I, they would have such a right, but not in World War II. Hitler, Churchill, and Roosevelt took their rights away. Unquote. That's by Frederick, 2004. The juxtaposition of these three personalities is certainly a force for polemic, which seems to reproduce a widespread state of mind in the Germany of the immediate post-war period, in a Germany destroyed, isolated by the ban of fraternization, and driven to the threshold of starvation by the liberal West. Conversation was reported from the American zone that took place between two exacerbated German citizens. Yes, Hitler was bad. Our war was wrong. But now they are doing the same wrong to us. They are all the same. There is no difference. They want to enslave Germany in exactly the same way as Hitler wanted to enslave the Poles. Now we are the Jews, the inferior race, quote unquote. In the first of the two texts cited above, proceeds to a partial juxtaposition of Hitler, Churchill, and F.D. Roosevelt. The second goes as far as their total assimilation into one another. Today's dominant ideology instead equates Stalin with Hitler, but in doing so, it's just as cursory as the two German citizens exacerbated by hunger, humiliation, there is no difference. Tragic conflicts and moral dilemmas. Even if one wants to concentrate on the strictly moral dimension, the comparison between the protagonists of the great anti-fascist alliance is certainly not without its contrast. But how then to explain today's Manchean opposition? let's return to the centuries-old process behind the catastrophe that exploded with the collapse of the Tsarist autocracy. Unfortunately, while accepted at the time of historical reconstruction, the prospect of the long term vanishes as if by magic when one moves on to the formulation of moral judgment. Everything is reduced to the demonization of the period that began with October 1917 and of Stalin in particular. Do they bear no responsibility, those who for so long supported a regime whose social relations were so violent and so violently dehumanizing that they aroused in personalities so different from one another? Mastery, marks, wit, the foreboding of catastrophe? Had they nothing to reproach themselves with, those who unleashed the First World War, and who in the West, in order to force Russia to participate in it to the end, did not hesitate to arm and support even the most ferocious reactionary bands? If, as one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism argues, Stalinism began to take shape in 1914, why are those in the dock of the accused not those responsible for the carnage, but only those who tried to prevent or hasten its finish? At least as far as the genesis and development of the Second World War. The problematic character of the moral judgment to be made on Western and liberal statesmen has not escaped the notice of most alert authors. We have seen two Canadian historians attribute to the British protagonists of the policy of appeasement, and indeed eastward diversion of Nazi expansionism, co-responsibility for the tragedy of the World War II, including the Holocaust. Then there is the problem of how the liberal West conducted the war once it broke out. Of course, here again, the dominant ideology gets off lightly. A successful historian and journalist, whose articles are also hosted in the New York Times, has so little doubt about the wisdom or morality of using the atomic bomb against Japan that to decline the use of the super bomb would have been illogical, indeed irresponsible. Certainly, there was a massacre of the innocent civilian population, but those who died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were the victims not so much of Anglo-American technology as of a paralyzed system of government made possible by evil ideology, which had expressed not only the absolute moral values, but reason itself." Unquote. Johnson. These firm certainties rest on a very simple assumption. The responsibility for a horrible action is not necessarily to be attributed to the material author of that action. A similar argument has long been made by the leadership of the USSR. The horror that took place at crucial moments in the country's history was obviously acknowledged, but the responsibility for this was attributed to imperialist encirclement and the aggressive policy of the great capitalist powers. It must be noted, however, that the journalist historian hosted and paid homage to in the most authoritative media outlets applies the criterion he enunciates only to the liberal and Anglo-Saxon West. However, to make a criterion valid only for oneself and one's own side is the very definition of dogmatism on the theoretical level and hypocrisy on the moral level. Oh yes, look at what you made me do. Old school of irrational relations. Fortunately, on Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, less reductive voices can be heard. A distinguished U.S. philosopher, Michael Walzer, observes that by resorting to the atomic bomb to kill and terrorize civilians, without even attempting real negotiations with the Japanese, the already victorious Americans were committing a double crime. Walzer came to a similar conclusion regarding the destruction of Dresden and other German and Japanese cities carried out when the war was virtually won. In a different way, the problem arose in the years in which the world seemed to be witnessing the triumph of the Third Reich, when Great Britain began its campaign of strategic bombing, which in Germany systematically and mercilessly struck the civilian population, It was a tragic moment, and the British rulers were faced with a terrible moral dilemma that can be formulated as follows. This is from Walser. Quote, can soldiers and statesmen override the rights of innocent people for the sake of their own political community? I am inclined to answer this question affirmatively, though not without hesitation and worry. What choice do they have? They might sacrifice themselves to uphold the moral law, but they cannot sacrifice their countrymen. Faced with an inescapable horror, their options are exhausted. They will do what they must to save their own people. The danger of the Third Reich's triumph of evil personified in the world demands a supreme emergency, a state of necessity. Well, it must be recognized that necessity knows no rules. Certainly, bombings aimed at killing and terrorizing the civilian population of the enemy country are a crime, and yet, I dare to say that our history will be nullified and our future condemned unless I accept the burdens of criminality here and now. Unquote. The young Lucas argued similarly. When driven by his horror at the carnage of the First World War, he made his revolutionary choice in affirming the inescapability of guilt and in appealing to seriousness, conscience, and a sense of moral responsibility. He exclaimed with Hebel, even if God had placed sin between me and the deed enjoined upon me, who am I to be able to escape it? Unquote. Presumably, the Hungarian philosopher faced years of Stalinist terror with this same frame of mind later, as the threat of the Third Reich loomed ever larger. We can now turn our gaze to the Soviet Union. It is worth noting that the thesis formulated at the time of Toynbee, that what made Stalingrad possible was the path taken by Stalinist USSR from 1929 to 41, is now confirmed by quite a few historians and scholars of military strategy. It is quite likely that without the abandonment of the NEP, the collectivization of agriculture, with the stabilization of the flow of food resources from the countryside to the city and to the front, industrialization in 4 stages, with the development of the war industry and the emergence of new industrial centers in the eastern regions at a safe distance from the invading army, it would have been impossible to counter Hitler's aggression victoriously. Soviet Russia's unequal, uncontested contribution to the defeat of Nazi Germany was closely bound up with Stalin's stubborn second revolution. Quote, that's Mayer. Indeed, judging from Churchill, even the trial of Tukhachevsky and the Great Terror as a whole can be considered to have played a positive and very relevant role in the defeat of Operation Barbarossa. Should we then justify the concentrationary universe that made it possible to avoid an inescapable horror for the Soviet people and all humanity? Walzer rightly places strict restrictions on his principle. It can only be considered valid if, in addition to being unusual and horrific, the danger is also imminent. It could be said that at least in the second requirement was absent in the Soviet Union. Stalin initiated a forced collectivization of agriculture and industrialization in 4 stages, which ended up provoking a horrific expansion of concentrationary universe, when the danger of war was still remote, and Hitler had not even come to power. It could be counter-argued, however, that Great Britain too promoted the plan to build an air fleet suitable for future strategic bombing, at least 2 decades before the supreme emergency broke out. On the contrary, this plan had begun to take shape during the First World War, and had therefore been inspired by a competition for hegemony which had been going on at least since the end of the 19th century. Quite different was the picture presented by the country that had emerged from the October Revolution. Widespread in Europe, the analysis made by General Foch, among others shortly after the signing of the Treaty of Versailles, "This is not peace, it is an armistice for 20 years," was well known to Stalin, who felt the urgency of the task of remedying the backwardness revealed by Russia in the course of the First World War conflict. As far as the Eastern Front was concerned, this conflict has been repeatedly read by Wilhelm II as a racial war in which the very existence of the warring peoples, whether the Germanic race is to be or not to be in Europe, was at stake. It was a clash that ruled out any reconciliation or mutual recognition. Peace is not at all possible between Slavs and Germans. Beginning above all with Brest-Litovsk, voices had emerged in the Wilhelmian Reich, that looked eastward for a solution to the problem of living space, and that envisaged an agreement with England in order to bring about the dismemberment of Russia, and to create the conditions for the world position of Germany and with the German people as a grand continental power, unquote. See anything similar to what's going on today here, maybe? Just wondering. A few years later in Mein Kampf, Hitler enunciated in no uncertain terms his program of building a continental German empire to be built primarily on the ruins of the Soviet Union. It is not difficult to identify the line leading from Brest-Litovsk to Operation Barbarossa. This sufficiently explains Stalin's anxieties. In any case, the category of imminent danger was far from unambiguous. There was no permanent temporal magnitude to measure it. Imminent was a danger which, in order to be dealt with adequately, allowed no delay. Even then, in addition to the temporal sense, we understand imminence in a spatial sense. It was clearly the Soviet Union that was exposed to the more imminent danger. In the end, while the systematic killing of civilian populations by aerial bombardment is a crime in itself, the collectivization of agriculture and the industrialization in 4 stages led to a series of crimes. Dogmatism and hypocrisy would be shown by those who would question the moral dilemmas only of Anglo-Saxon statement. On the other hand, even if we affirm with Walzer that in the face of supreme emergency, the statesman must know how to take on the burden of crime here and now, it is difficult to move from the general to the particular. When we read of the atrocious experiences suffered by individual prisoners in the Gulag, overwhelmed by the horror of whose origins and reasons they cannot even fathom, we are led to exclaim the patriarch povera denuda philosophia. Poor and naked you go, philosophy. Rhyme. But a similar consideration applies to the victims of strategic bombing. Can the supreme emergency really justify what the chronicles reported? Quote, the first series of bombs fell at around 9 a.m. Streets had been filled with lines of shoppers. 700 people were wiped out, almost exclusively women and children. Fighter bombers pursued and fired on the people, fleeing eastward into the forests. And in other places, fighter bombers started firing their machine guns on random pedestrians, bicyclists, train passengers, and farmers in their fields. The funerals took place under strafer fire. Since there was a shortage of coffins, cloth was used. The bombs penetrated the apartment buildings and got caught in the ceilings between stories. For days on end, they continued to explode day and night with a deafening bang, popping walls and killing residents in their sleep. People had to flee through the flames and hurry to their deaths. It even happened that they took their own lives or pushed each other into the flames. Criminal actions carried out at the moment when the defeat of the Third Reich is already evident. Are they justifiable while supreme emergency looms? The difficulty of moving from the general to the particular becomes apparent. The Soviet Captain and the American and South Korean Captain. Oh boy. 1 second, comrades. This is going to be a good part. Oh, nice. GMO. Thank you very much for the 420 redemption. Always looking out for me. Love that about the comrades. Okay, we're closing in on the end of this chapter. Thank you. This one, by the way, is Strawberry Cough. Good. It's just. In contrast to the collectivization of agriculture. Oh.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Oh, of course, of course. Hey, Megan T, welcome. It feels better to me. Like I think it's more faithful to the way Lacerda wrote his. I think. I mean, the problem with the other one is that again, it's a secondary translation from two other languages, so it's like a translation of a translation. This is a direct translation of the original Italian version. And you know, we just really wanted to make sure that we worked with Lacerda's family and friends, and to make sure that it was the most accurate translation possible as well. So I mean, I'm not sure exactly all the differences, but I think that this is like, I mean, I have a bias because I work with Iskra, obviously, but I think that this is the one that people should go for, and you know, it's free if you want to read the PDF like we are now. Go with Iskra Books today. You're home for revolutionary reads. It's a passion project, so that's why our releases tend to be slow, you know. But we enjoy it. We want to get the reads out to you, comrades. I think this is the last part. The Soviet Captain and the American and South Korean Captain. In contrast to the collectivization of agriculture and industrialization in 4 stages, the massacre of Polish officers, decided by the Soviet leadership and carried out in Katyn in March-April 1940, was a crime in itself. The weight of the challenge with Finland was still being felt. After a vain attempt to proceed with the consensual exchange of territories undertaken by Stalin in order to give a minimum territorial depth to the defense of Leningrad, the city that was then the protagonist of an epic resistance to Nazi aggression. The war now risks spreading and becoming more widespread. In such an eventuality, how would the Polish officers captured by the USSR react after the breakup of Poland? Moscow tried in vain to persuade them to abandon their anti-Soviet positions, a legacy of the conflict they had begun with the collapse of the Tsarist Empire, and was thus tending to take on the brutal characteristics of civil war. The situation had become very difficult. There was a danger that the USSR as such would be engulfed in war, and there was no lack of Western circles thinking of overthrow of the Stalinist regime. It was this serious security problem, quote unquote, that precipitated in the horrendous decision for which Stalin must later have bitterly regretted the subsequent embarrassment and complications. That is, even in the case of the Katyn executions, the moral dilemmas to which Walzer draws attention are not absent. Nevertheless, it would be wrong to invoke the supreme emergency in this case as well, further stretching a criterion that already in itself runs the risk of being too loose. But even if it is unjustifiable, the crime we are now dealing with does not refer to the peculiar characteristics of Stalin's personality or of a regime he directed. One should recall the crime of which the American General Patton was guilty when, landing in Sicily, he ordered the killing of Italian soldiers who surrendered after some tough resistance. Even if here we are dealing with a smaller infamy. It must be kept in mind that there is not a real concern for the security of the country that provoked it, but rather the spirit of revenge, or perhaps even racial contempt. That is to say, in this case, it is a crime for abject motives. And yet, if we are to seek a real analogy with Katyn, we must refer to other tragedies and other horrors. 10 years after the Soviet Katyn, we might define the US-South Korean Katyn took place. The Korean War was underway. From the savagely bombarded north, a mass of refugees headed to the south. How were they received? The US military had a policy of shooting approaching civilians in South Korea. The victims were mostly women and children, but it was feared that North Korean infiltrators were among them. However, investigating one of perhaps the most well-documented cases, the killings taking place in No-Gun-ri, no evidence emerged of enemy infiltrators. We are here in the presence of the orders of a single, albeit brilliant and authoritative general or marshal, as Patton was, but of the policies sanctioned by the highest US military and political leadership. And the circumstance makes one think of Katyn all the more so because in both cases security was at stake. To guarantee it, the US and its allies did not just kill the refugees, they also considered it necessary to liquidate any potential fifth column. For example, in the town of Daejeon in July 1950, 1,700 Koreans who were accused of being communists were ordered by the police to dig their own graves, after which they were shot. As a witness recounted, one Sunday morning at dawn, in the apparently deserted town of Chakawan, I saw a procession of men and women bound to each other with their hands behind their backs, beaten and clubbed, as they made their way from the police station to the trucks where they were being loaded. They were then put to the firing squad and left unburied a mile or two further away. This was a large-scale operation. In a cobalt mine near Daegu, in the south of the country, investigators have so far collected the remains of 240 people. That is only a fraction of the estimated 3,500 prison inmates and communist suspects believed to have been whisked from homes and prison cells, then executed and thrown into the mine shaft between July and September 1950. Sometimes women and children were also victims of summary executions. It would appear that in such cases, not even suspected communist family was spared. The obsession with security affects not only the rear, but also the newly conquered or reconquered cities. Here's what happens in one of them. They told us to light our cigarettes. Then they began shooting their rifles and machine guns. After a while, an officer called out, "Any of you who are still alive can stand up and go home now." Those who did were shot again. How many victims in total of the two practices, the killing of refugees and the liquidation of those suspected of communism, in fact, the extent of which what the victim families call Korea's killing fields, is not yet fully measured? A provisional tally can be made for now. Investigators have so far identified 1,222 probable cases of mass killings. The cases include 215 incidents in which survivors say American planes and ground troops killed unarmed refugees. The US and South Korean Katyn does not seem to be of smaller proportions than the Soviet one, and in any case, it shows an extra degree of recklessness. For a war conducted thousands of kilometers from their own country, the Washington leaders could not have been invoked even in the shadow of supreme emergency. But here it is not a question of establishing a hierarchy between two crimes that are both unjustifiable. It is instead a question of noting the inadequacy of the moral Manchean approach of understanding Stalin and the country he led. Oh, this must be the last part. The inevitability and complexity of moral judgment. While in a sense it is inevitable, moral judgment would be superficial and hypocritical if it were formulated by abstraction from the historical context. Here are its complexity and problems. At the same time, it is necessary to bear in mind and unravel the interweaving of objective circumstances, subjective responsibilities, and, as far as the latter are concerned, it is necessary to distinguish between the responsibilities of a ruling group as a whole and those of individuals. As far as the ruling group of Soviet Russia is concerned, it came to power at a time when, in the words of Christian Witness, sympathetic to the changes brought about by October 1917, pity has been killed by the omnipresence of death. Unquote. It was forced to face a very prolonged state of exception. In a situation characterized, to quote the analysis from one of the authors of the Black Book of Communism, by an unprecedented brutalization, generalized and without any possible terms of comparison with that known in Western societies. That is to say, if the protagonists of the 20th century were forced to deal with the devastating conflicts and moral dilemmas that characterized the Second 30 Years' War, Stalin also had to contend with the conflicts and moral dilemmas peculiar to Russian history and the Second Time of Troubles. One could say that the shadow of the supreme emergency hung over the 30 years during which he wielded power. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that it was not only the objective conditions that seriously hindered or made impossible the passage from state of exception to condition of normality. Messianism had also contributed to this, admittedly powerfully stimulated by the horror of the First World War, and yet intrinsic to a vision that expects the disappearance of the market, of money, of the state, of legal norms. Disappointment or indignation at the failure of all this to come to pass further stimulated conflict, and a conflict which was not possible to regulate through purely formal judicial norms, insofar as they are themselves destined to disappear. The result was an additional violence that cannot be justified by referring to the state of exception or to supreme emergency. In this sense, moral judgment coincides with political judgment. This also applies to the liberal West. With regard to the director of strategic bomber against Germany, it was observed, quote, as a young pilot, Harris had practiced civilian bombings against rebelling Indians. His shock psychology was also originally tested as a cultural shock. Primitive tribes in thatched huts, who were confronted with the weapons arsenal of the industrial empire, threw themselves down, dazzled. On the other hand, it was above all Churchill who promoted this type of war, who on the one hand suggested hitting the recalcitrant natives in Iraq with bombardments based on gas bombs, and above all mustard gas, and on the other hand compared Germans to evil Huns. We also know of the weight of racial ideology in the U.S. war against Japan, which not only by chance is subsequently subjected to atomic bombings. Here again emerges a supplement of violence that cannot be justified by supreme emergency, but that refers instead to the colonial ideology shared by the liberal West and Germany. If the Third Reich compares the natives of Eastern Europe to slaughter Native Americans and enslaved blacks, England and the United States end up treating Germans, Japanese as colonial peoples who must be brought back to obedience. True story. Alright, this has got to be the last part. Stalin, Peter the Great, and the New Lincoln. With reference in particular to the role he played in the Second Time of Troubles. In the Second Time of Troubles, not the Second World War. Not a few scholars, picking up a motif that we have already seen present in Churchill, have compared Stalin to Peter the Great. In fact, I see this today sometimes. Even the objection raised in this regard, Peter, unlike Stalin, looked to the West and wanted to open his state to it, does not seem to be, to me, persuasive. the condemnation of the Asiatic regulations, the barbarian Asiatic policies, and the Asiatic tactics for which the government and bourgeoisie of Tsarist Russia are responsible is an essential moment for Stalin's revolutionary agitation. At least until October 1917, he is in no doubt that his country is at every level more backward than Western democracy, where bloody anti-Jewish pogroms raging in a semi-Asian country do not take place. After gaining power, Stalin not only insisted on the need to adopt Western technology, but also declared that if they were truly to live up to the Leninist principles, Bolshevik cadres must be able to interweave Russian revolutionary impulse with the spirit of American practicality. In 1932, again referring to the United States, he expressed appreciation for traditions in industry and productive practice. They have an element of democratism about them, unquote. The reference to Peter the Great in order to explain the history of Soviet Russia seems all the more persuasive because of the fact that Lenin, already in May 1918, and above all Stalin, explicitly referred to him again in May 1918. And at times, Stalin seemed to take the figure of the great Tsar as a model. Trotsky himself, while denouncing the betrayal of the Soviet Union, wrote, "In relation to the many spheres and people, the Soviet Stalin's power is to be considerable extent carrying out the historic task fulfilled by Peter I and his colleagues in relation to Old Muscovy, only on a larger scale and at a swifter tempo." It is also interesting to note that at the conclusion of his trip to the Soviet Union in 1927, as great a philosopher as Benjamin referred with sympathetic interest to the theses of the literati, who see in Bolshevism the crowning achievements of Peter the Great. Finally, one could go back and recall a prediction of Marx's. After hinting at the upheavals of unprecedented violence that would be caused by the age-old contradictions of Tsarist Russia, he concluded that Russian 1793 will be the second turning point in Russian history, and finally place real and general civilization in the place of false and deceptive civilization introduced by Peter the Great, unquote. And however, while it may serve partially to illuminate the relationship with the history of Russia and with the Second Time of Troubles, the comparison in question leaves in the shadows of the Second 30 Years' War and the extraordinarily influence exerted by Stalin at the global level. His 1924 condemnation of the scandalous disparity between nations theorized and imposed by imperialism, and his exhortation to tear down the wall between whites and blacks people considered civilized and people excluded from this dignity. The inauguration of a profoundly internationalistic constitution, as Stalin stressed in presenting the project, and based on the proposition that all nations and races have equal rights regardless of skin color, language, and degree of economic and military development. All this could not fail to arouse a profound response, not only in the colonies, but also in the colonized people located in the very heart of the West. First tattoo? Oh shit. Oh god! My eyes! Jesus. What the fuck? That was awful. Awful, awful. But this one's even worse than the comparison that's being made. Tsar Nicholas? What the fuck? You know? In the US South, where white supremacy regime was still raging, a new climate was spreading. The Soviet Union and Stalin were looked upon with hope as the new Lincoln. The Lincoln who would have put an end this time in concrete and definitive way to the enslavement of blacks, to the oppression, degradation, humiliation, violence, and lynchings that they continued to suffer. As it advanced towards autocracy, Stalin's USSR powerfully influenced the struggle of African Americans, and colonized peoples against racist despotism. U.S. South, a new and worrying phenomenon was being witnessed from the point of view of the ruling caste. It is a growing impudence of young blacks. These, thanks to the communists, were beginning, in fact, to receive what the powers that be had stubbornly denied them, a culture that goes far beyond the elementary education traditionally given to those destined to provide semi-servile work in the service of the master race. Now, on the other hand, in schools organized by the Communist Party, in the North or in Moscow schools, in Stalin's USSR, black citizens were busy studying economics, politics, world history. They questioned these disciplines so as to understand the reasons for the harsh fate reserved for them in a country which also claims to be the champion of freedom. A profound change took place in those who attend these schools. The impudence reproached to them by the white supremacy regime was in reality a self-esteem that had hitherto been hindered and trampled upon. Black woman delegate to the International Congress of Women Against War and Fascism, held in Paris in 1934, was extraordinarily impressed by the relationships of equality and fraternity despite the differences of language and race that were established among the participants in that initiative promoted by the communists. It was heaven on earth, quote unquote. Those who came to Moscow observed a contemporary American historian, experienced a sense of freedom that was unheard of in the South. A black man could fall in love with a white Soviet woman and marry her, even though on his return home he could not take her with him, knowing full well the fate that awaited those guilty of miscegenation and racial bastardization. The hopes of African Americans placed in the new Lincoln were not as naive as they might seem. Let us reflect on the timing and manner that characterized the end of the white supremacist regime. In December 1952, the U.S. Secretary of Justice sent an eloquent letter to the Supreme Court, which was busy debating the question of integration in public schools. Quote, racial discrimination furnishes grist for the communist propaganda mills, and it raises doubt even among friendly nations as to the intensity of our devotion to the democratic faith. Washington, the American historian who reconstructs the affair, observes, was in danger of alienating the colored races, not only in the East and in the Third World, but in the very heart of the United States. Here, too, communist propaganda was considerably successful in its attempt to win blacks to the revolutionary cause, causing their faith in the American institutions to collapse. There is no doubt concern about the challenge objectively presented by the USSR and the influence it exerted on colonized people played an essential role in this affair. It is not just because of the impulse somehow imprinted on the process of emancipation of African Americans that Stalin indirectly influenced the configuration of democracy itself in the West. Stalin, in his speech introducing the draft of the new Constitution, condemned en bloc the three great discriminations that have characterized the history of the liberal West. It is not the census, nor national origin, nor sex that should determine political and social standing, but only the personal ability and personal labor of every citizen in society. At the moment that he held this expressed himself, the three great discriminations were still present in various forms and to various degrees in this or that country in the liberal West. Finally, in pronouncing himself in favor of overcoming the three great discriminations, Stalin also declared that the new constitution was called upon to guarantee the right to work, the right to rest, the right to education, and to ensure better material and cultural conditions, all within the framework of the realization of socialist democratism. It is the theorization of social and economic rights that, according to Hayek, represented the ruinous legacy of the Marxist Russian Revolution, and profoundly influenced the claim for the welfare state in the West. Let us return to Russia. The reader will have noticed that when I speak of Stalinism, I use quotation marks. For today's followers of Trotsky, the expression is used in relation to the most diverse political realities. For example, to label the ruling group of post-Maoist China, but even if one wants to refer exclusively to USSR, the category of Stalinism is not persuasive. It seems to presuppose a homogeneous set of doctrines and behavior that does not exist. Hear that? That's Stalinism. In the 3 decades in which he was in power, we see Stalin struggling to elaborate and put into practice a government program, taking note of the vanishing prospect of the global triumph of the socialist revolution and disentangling himself between utopia, which is the legacy on the one hand of Marxist theory, and on the other hand of the messianic expectation of a totally new world aroused by the horror of the First World War, and the state of exception, which in Russia assumed an exceptional duration and acutity because of the convergence of 2 gigantic crises, the Second World Time of Troubles and the Second 30 Years' War. Given his desire not to question the monopoly of power exercised by the Communist Party, Stalin repeatedly sought to move from the state of exception to a condition of relative normality, with the realization of Soviet democracy, a Soviet democratism, and a socialism without a dictatorship of the proletariat. But these attempts failed. It is significant how, immediately after Stalin's death, the problem of succession is settled. The liquidation of Beria is a sort of mafia-style settling of accounts, a private violence making no reference whatsoever either to the state's legal framework or to party statute. Welcome back to the party, GMO. The comparison between Stalin and Peter the Great appears then in its problematic nature. On closer inspection, Second Time of Troubles does not even end with the advent of autocracy. The advent of the autocracy coincided with the opening of a new and prolonged state of exception, which saw the outbreak first of a new and frightening world conflict and then of a Cold War that could turn at any moment into a nuclear apocalypse. It could be said that the Second Time of Troubles actually ended with the collapse of the USSR. In the case of the Jacobins, the Bolsheviks were unable to adapt to the disappearance or fading away of the state of exception, and thus ended up appearing obsolete and superfluous to the majority of the population, after having achieved the overcoming of the crisis of the whole Russian nation. The Bolsheviks were ultimately overwhelmed by the advent of that relative normality, which had been also the result of their action. It is at the international level, however, that the influence of the October Revolution and of the man who ran Soviet Russia for 3 decades proved most solid. One can be ironic about the melancholiness of the Constitution that was never actualized, but it must be borne in mind that even purely abstract declarations of principle have historical efficacy. One can recoil at horror from the context that witnesses democracy, with the collapse of racist and colonial despotisms, and of the 3 great discriminations. And even more so, social democracy advancing in the wake of a challenge coming from a dictatorial and terror-prone regime. But to indulge in such reaction is ultimately to shy away from the complexity of historical process. To those who would prefer to have a simpler picture before them, would do well to reflect on an observation by Marx. Quote, "It is the bad side that produces the movement that makes history." Unquote. Here you go, chapter 6, comrades. Damn, that was a big one. That was a great big chapter. That was a big chapter. What do you think, comrades? Are we liking this work or what? Are we enjoying this work or what? We are. So, the way this works is, again, I do the theory reads Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, I will be back on Thursdays to read you Chapter 7, depending on how long it is. At least some of Chapter 7. I don't know how long exactly it is. We'll find out when we read it. Okay, we're going to do our usual, I'm going to poll you comrades while I grab a quote for us to end the stream on. By the way, tomorrow, since it's not theory reading tomorrow, I'm going to read that one article I mentioned about these women tried to warn us about the dangers of AI. So I'm going to read that tomorrow. And if you have any other suggestions, I know, Sam, you mentioned about putting some kind of suggestion for a video to watch tomorrow on stream. That would be awesome. And if anybody else has any other ones, of course, go ahead and consider joining the Discord. Anthology. I saved the video already. Okay, cool. Yeah, I did save it. I saved some videos. That's for sure. Okay, I'm putting up a poll here. You put it in Discord earlier, a BPM video? Okay, perfect. Okay, here you go, comrades. You're gonna vote on who we're gonna raid today. While I get you ready with a quote and our song that we like to go out on. So please vote in the most important vote of your life that is going on right now up in the chat. Do you want us to raid Adrian Vixen? Do you want to raid Rob Buzeau? Or would you like to raid Zakat? No, I'm going to do common opponent. I decided Fridays is going to be a better days for that one. So I'm going to be doing that. BPM? Wait, what's BPM? I vote on party lines. Well, I see you're not quite an official. You're a friend of the Juche gang, but not an official member. You know, if there's a deserving member of the Juche gang, Grandpa Simpson right here. Okay, but I gotta leave us on, our honor song here, of course. I don't have pull, but I know someone who does. Really? I mean, yeah, of course I would.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
Thank you, comrade. Grandpa Simpson. Very much appreciate that. Support means a ton. Please flash those Juche gang emotes. And get voting for who you want to raid, by the way. Leaving you off with this song. Flash those emotes.
Done with a big soul team. Nigga march
Juche gang orders your votes. Mandatory voting. If you don't vote, you'll have to push trains, comrades. You don't want me to send you to push the trains, do you? I would love to have a conversation about land back and decolonization. That would be awesome. I'm very militant on... Oh, nice. Reading the same book? That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. As you know, I'm very militant on the idea that you cannot build a socialist society here. You cannot achieve socialism here without first having decolonization. Pretty militant on that front. I love to talk to people about this stuff. Again, like one of the reasons I started streaming is because I repeat myself all the time. I'd be interested to know if anyone notices a difference then. Hey, I'm gonna leave you also. This is the quote I'm gonna leave you with today. Okay, March of the Fire Ants, comrade, thanks for hanging out as always. That'd be cool, Sam. Appreciate that. Thank you, comrades. Thank you for spending your time. Thank you for letting me read to you. It means a ton. Just remember, our dear boy Lennon says, revolution consists not in the new class commanding, governing with the aid of the old state machine, but in this class, mashing this machine and commanding, governing with the aid of a new state machine. Absolutely debate queen. I'll link you to it. Last chance to vote. Alright, Adrian Vixen today. Excellent. Fantastic, Comrade DeRay. So, like I say, I will be back on Thursday for reading the theory. Tomorrow we're going to be watching some random videos. We'll listen to some theory. Tomorrow I do have my son and have to pick him up by 2 o'clock my time, so like 3 o'clock Eastern. So, if you want to see me tomorrow, make sure you turn on when you see that notification come live. And then Thursday will be another short one, but it'll be reading chapter 7. Friday will be a long stream, again, with some video games at the end. By the way, comrades, you can copy this raid message if you're a subscriber. If you subscribe to me, go ahead and copy this raid message for Adrian Vixen's chat when we get in there. And if you don't subscribe to me, you can copy this message right here. So whichever one. If you're subscribed, copy that first one. If you're not subscribed, copy that second one. When we get in with Adrian, go ahead and flutter chat with that. And again, if you have any suggestions for tomorrow, let me know in the Discord. I'm gonna read that one long article from Rolling Stones about the dangers of AI and the women who warned us about it. But if you have anything else, let me know. Discord. Thank you, Rylan. Thank you, Potato King. Thank you, GMO. Thank you very much, Grandpa Simpson, for all the support. It absolutely means a ton. Disability fucking sucks. Alright, love you, comrades. Thank you for spending your time with me. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Or if not the day after that. 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 Or if not the day after that.